Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第137天 Wednesday 137. Think we're okay? Yeah, we're okay here. Let's hop right into our lesson.
补充
补充 Oh, you heckin'. What was this again? Trellis? Yeah, trellis. Yes. 补充 Okay, 补充 What's the thing on chung? Yes, sufficient. Yeah, to replenish something is to patch it up with more, so it is once again a sufficient amount. Yeah, that's good. It's a 补充人力 yeah 补充人力我们需要补充我们的米yeah to replenish our rice. Okay.
补充恐龙
恐龙 how does 恐 work? We have the pill, hard crossbeam, fear dragon. Wait, why do I feel like 恐龙 is someone's name? Someone's name. There's a character named 恐龙. Oh no, maybe not. I wonder if Kung Lao was like a play on Kung Long. Oh no, but he's not really a dinosaur. It's more like a dragon. Oh no. Kung Lao is the guy with. No, I'm thinking of Liu Kang. Interesting. There's. Oh man, now I gotta think about Mortal Kombat characters. Interesting. Lu? Is it Liu Kang? How's his name spelled? Huh. And then oh, now I gotta think back to character names. Because today we got Okami, right? Anyways. 恐龙 恐龙 I know you. Dan. Yeah, 恐龙蛋化石 fossilize yeah 恐龙蛋化石恐龙的化石 something 前
恐龙的化石遗存
remains 遗存
恐龙
恐龙
围墙
围墙 how did the way work? Surround wall, enclosing wall. Yeah, it makes sense. Wall that surrounds a given area is called enclosing wall. A perimeter fence. 那座古老 yeah 古老那座古老围墙的 oh no not 围墙what the heck castle I feel like one of them is sure Oh no, this is Chang. Yeah, this is Chang. Let's say Chang Guan Bao. Chang Bao. Okay.
那座古老城堡的围墙，
那座古老城堡的围墙。OK，我家后玩。呢 ？Wait, no, that's not one. 院院我家后院，我家后院的围墙。
我家后院的围墙，
我家后院的围墙。Okay. Makes sense. My background's enclosing fence.
围墙、
围墙。
朝代、
朝代。Dynasty substitute. I don't know where the substitute comes from. Like, I think this character needs a different name, needs a different attachment other than substitute. There's more than substitute. I think there's another way to describe this character that is consistent with a lot of its uses. Dynasty refers to a specific dynasty in history, each of which is but a temporary substitute for the one that came before until a new one comes and places it. Okay. We'll see if this develops into something else. Actually, we could kind of see it ourselves. Let's look. What words do we have right now? Oh, most of it's for substitute though at the moment. Yeah. Replace, alternative. Yeah, most of it is substitute. So all the vocabulary words that they have so far. It is by design as well. It is by design. Evan tries to be quite consistent with that. 朝代汉字 or no 汉朝汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一 right? That's 之
汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一。
Yeah, okay. It is the Han Dynasty. Arguable. I think this is a typo. That's supposed to say important, not most important. Well, coincidentally, the Han might actually be an import dynasty, but this says 重要. 最重要, the most important, not the most important. Again, I'm not a stickler for typos. If I know the typo, I know the typo. I think at this stage, 重要 better be interpreted as important by the time you get here, in my opinion. With that said, that is a typo. So, some diffusion of responsibility. Sorry, someone might bring that up. I think so far, all the stuff, you know, we read lots of words, lots of things. It's not like the typos in Chinese. It's usually the typos in English, which is kind of funny. But at the same time, I don't really look for typos, and I leave it up to other people. Diffusion of responsibility, I know. 中国, it's not my job, basically. That sounds a little rude, but I don't go out of my way to. Sometimes I actually find typos a place to point out and reflect that typos happen. It also says that this isn't automatic, right? What is this telling me? This is also telling me that whatever process they have is not auto-translated one-to-one. It's not synthesized because someone actually made this typo. And how do I know also that I confirm that this is a human-made typo? Is because 重要 has occurred. 重要 is very, very common word. So there's a lot of like ways to look at this. Cue the person that get triggered really, really hard and then say this is the worst product ever by seeing one typo. You think I'm joking about these situations, but I'm not. And that's kind of like scary in a way, where this could cause a flame war. I recently was watching, I got really hooked on this one person who like, she's a foodie, so she eats things around in China. But here's my personal vice or a sharing of what kind of makes me very disinterested. When someone is an influencer, right, and they want to be an influencer, she's a food influencer, and the things she say out of candidness is great, is wonderful, but she's she's a food influencer, and she does, in my opinion, when I look at people's communities that she spawns, she had a video that illustrates some of the community things that she has exposure to, and they were very discriminatory and racist. And it's not like it's on her control or whatnot, like that's understandable, but it also means that I have the ability to watch something else. So I think it was the context was she went to a place to eat that is in China, right? Because she lives in China, and she is a Westerner per se. I think she's Australian. And that's her whole tagline. She's an Australian that lives in China, likes to celebrate. And she went to a place that is called, like, it had implication of Americans in it, right? But she made a lot of conjectures about it. It's like, oh, okay, I'll just order the 2 dish that has an American modifier attached to it. And then she made some comment like, I don't distinctively taste anything American. This is like Chinese, but with the word attached to it. But she said it in a manner that suggested and set up a platform for making comments like, oh yeah, like this stuff, they can't be American, right? Because American's bad. Like, American stuff is American. And I'm like, what is American? Like, what are you talking about? So my first thought was, at first I saw her content and it's like, oh yeah, it's great. Like, I love seeing all these dishes that I know as an American, as in, like, I eat these dishes in the United States. Like, what I mean is, my family makes these dishes, or a facsimile of these dishes, because ingredients is difficult to find, right? Like, you use different forms of ingredients. Food and culinary things are named through their inspiration and their heritage. But she made a comment that I feel, as an influencer, yeah, being candid's great, but at the same time, if you're talking about cultural respect and cultural celebration, I often think of, much like language learning, a mutual respect, not a discriminatory and double standard. So she didn't write anything about it, but it was like a whole laundry list of people saying things like, oh yeah, of course it's not. It has garlic in it. It's like, you mean Americans don't use garlic? Like, what? It's like, oh yeah, the noodles are actually good, so it couldn't be American. I'm like, what? Noodles are good everywhere. I mean, like, at least in my opinion, but that's the kind of thing that kind of threw me off a little. So I don't have to entertain myself for that. However, it was interesting. I feel like something is the shine or the earnesty is somewhat a little bit lost when you are a influencer who's trying to encourage cultural celebration of foods, and yet your community or yourself somehow some behavior self-selects into a community that provides double standards, that constantly create double standards. And um would I go and be righteously correct if I went there and say, oh yeah, this is why it was named? It turns out the place was named because the person who ran the place, or this is allegedly, I didn't delve that much deep into it, but allegedly this person was from the United States. They were diaspora, like myself. Disappointing. I mean, I'm not surprised, but disappointing. How so you made the this person made this like superficial comment, being someone who is elevated as a transplant, not diaspora, but a transplant, where you go from like a different country and reside in a different country to celebrate culturalism, and yet the culturalism and like free spirited influence is only to the myopic nature of that person's interest. And I would say I was a little bit led to have perceived a different perspective. So that was my mistake. It was my fault. But what I enjoyed it while it lasted, when the person was talking like bian bian mian, right? Or dan dan, or however they call it now, but bian bian, right? Or dan dan noodles, or jia mian, like jia jia mian, and whatnot. And then my only thought was, it can't be American because it has black beans in it. I mean, I just don't have any idea where this is coming from, but this is the weirdest thing. And it's kind of disappointing because the person is like, I don't want to hold the person accountable for being an influencer about food when they are perpetuating misconceptions. But that's kind of the whole thing with me and influencers, I suppose. I take responsibility for my misrepresentations or my limit of my knowledge, but I don't go around saying, I don't go around using my channel and saying, I know everything that's good about food. Come join me, and I'll tell you about what real Chinese food is. It's like, okay, start by getting your facts straight, I suppose. Like that's probably one. Luckily, at least in my opinion, to my at least to my knowledge, I'm not saying that, hey, come join me and become fluent in Chinese with me. Like, when I have no aspect of becoming fluent in Mandarin, I come join me trying to learn and celebrate and having fun learning Chinese along with any other related languages. That's kind of what I would say. But yeah, you can't help it when you click on something and their tag phrase is something that would suggest that they're an authority on something, and then suddenly their community, all the top like comments reflect an air of ignorance, and like, that's perfectly fine with me. They can be happy however they want and express their opinions, but the difference between what the influencer is doing and what the community is doing, in my opinion, is a great way to determine if they are actually doing what they're saying. Which in this case, while they were celebrating, they were also making incredibly ignorant comments about American diaspora, which I feel is a big oxymoronic and hypocritical when it comes to a foreigner living in China. So disappointing. That's one of my latest like multiculturalisms. Like when I was watching, I love watching multiculturalism topics, but with a grain of salt. Usually with a grain of salt. It hit kind of hard or slightly personally that the first thought I thought about when they were like, oh, I don't know why this dish is called this, implying that it has something to do with California, and like, I do. That person is probably likely Californian Chinese. But no, that doesn't come about in her statements when she goes around eating multicultural dishes. Like that's interesting. Like that's what I read anyways. That's the impressions I get oftentimes. Like, so your first thought was the only way to identify a dish is by what's in it. That kind of sucks because the last time I checked, noodles is universal. It doesn't belong to any form of heritage. The story behind the noodles and the ingredients has the heritage. Yeah. Very that was yesterday's revelation. Like, oh, okay. Well, life goes on. 中国, the reason I say that is because of what this is expressing. Like the Han Dynasty is one of the most important dynasties in Chinese history. Yeah, history. History is very important to keep in mind. I actually think it's one of the, I almost even want to think it's elevated by cultural differences in Chinese culture. I mean, I'm not born in China, right? I'm not a Chinese native, but my parents are. And one of the things that really embodies the solidarity of Chinese culture is their continue emphasis on legacy, and going around talking like a food influencer, like you understand Chinese culture through their food, and then making an asinine comment like, I can't understand where this American thing is coming from, and it's like, oh, this just tastes like Chinese. I'm like, yeah, that's because your definition of American doesn't take into consideration the history that's involved. And no matter what way you look at it, that person has some attachment to being American Chinese. So I wonder how those like chefs ever feel. There was a real fun one in, what was the show that I watched because of the person I don't talk to anymore because they choose to be it was Black and White, no, Spoons. It was that Korean show. Oh, Culinary Wars or something. Yeah, Culinary Wars. There was 2 or 3 Korean Americans, Korean Americans in the contest, and their perspective was so different, and they got selected out really quickly because it was a Korean show. And 2 Korean judges with Korean palates, or actually the one that was more Korean specific, axed them out because of limited palate and experience. You know, and it illustrates the whole point of history, at least in my opinion. 中国历史 what is that? 曹操年表. Interesting. 年表 is timeline. Oh, that's pretty good. 年表. Surface, or like expressing years, like a timeline, or like maybe a pattern or expressed on something. So timeline. Year 表. 年表. Kinda neat. Or it could have been canon canon could be useful too, Dian. Like nian dian instead, like a record, a list of the years, a timeline. That'd be kind of, but a timeline, it has some form of expression too, like you're expressing the years. Interesting. I wonder what nian dian is with canon, the character for canon.
朝代、
朝代、
海浪、
海浪。Oh, I don't envy the life of an influencer, honestly. So I can imagine someone like myself saying the very same critiques and criticism, and they'd be fair criticisms. Influencers, in my opinion, have no accountability at the moment, and they don't have to. It's not like legally binding or anything to have accountability on what their community does, largely because their community has voluntarily and the free will to do and choose to say what they want to say in the platforms. So only there are extreme cases, of course. You can always cite extreme cases in which there are deleterious and detrimental outshoots from the influencer's neglect. But at the same time, cultural insensitivity and cultural generalities are something that I find nearly non-negotiable if you're becoming a cultural influencer. Influencer that leverages, utilizes, and opportunistically potentially abuse their situation in order to leverage their cultural influence. I think there's some semblance of negligence that should be accounted for. And one of them would be to create a double standard about other cultures while celebrating the current culture. I think, to me, it is hypocritical to be someone who says that they experience and can appreciate different cultures and living in different cultures while being from a different culture, and then suddenly resonating with a large community who are encouraged to generalize other cultures while favoring their own. That's like something that reveals more about what they're actively doing versus what they think they're doing. I think there are plenty of really respectable culinary arts people, cooks, chefs, and other people who does this really fun way and in their own way how to be like, yeah, well, we know this, we know that, let's celebrate both, right? Okay, it's their turn, it's this turn, like, instead of going around demonstrating that you are racist. Like, not intentionally. Like, what I mean is they're not discriminating, but they have selective biases. And I think that word sometimes can be confused with the act. Discrimination is the act, in my opinion, and racism is the thought process behind disproportionate or double standards. Like, we always are right, you are always wrong, because you are of certain culture and I am of certain culture, and that can come off as unintentional, right? Like seeing a whole list of people characterizing that Americans don't understand what noodles are, and then all I'm thinking right now is, what kind of noodles are you talking about? Because my noodles are not the noodles of my neighbor's noodles. And I like to think that is a pretty rational thought. However, it doesn't stop people from unintentionally saying things and then reinforcing certain things. Cultural sensitivity. That's a very hot topic. Very hot topic. Hai Lung. Sea wave makes sense. How does lung work again? Legolas. It's a copper pipe. Splash, splash, spray, waves. Got it. Okay. All right, cool. Hai Lung. Hai Lung. 惊吓，海浪惊吓，海浪惊吓来了。Have calmed down. Interesting. 静下 peaceful or quiet. Yeah, okay. Calm down. 静下。海浪 which one is this? 挨打 beat? Oh, interesting. 挨打着 oh, is this gang? Oh, come on, give me gang. Ganbian. Oh, it's anbian. All right, I'll take an. I said gan because it's gang in Japanese. I'll take an. Anbian. This is coast. 我能听到海浪的声音。
我能听到海浪的声音。
我能听到海浪的声音。I gotta be careful of that.
海浪
Okay. Trellis. Trellis.
补充围墙
red pill statue, crossbeam into the statue of the heart. 恐龙 Oh, oops, 恐龙 halftone 恐龙 恐龙 You know what? Something about poetic about that influencer perspective is that without saying too much, this is another generalization, but it's disappointing that the person feels the generalization. You have Australian and Chinese, and having a community that constantly don't even bat an eye on talking down about Americans. I mean, I could be different. It could have been different. My impressions could have been different, but yeah. Instead, it fell into the generality as opposed to giving me a different impression. Like obviously, I want to keep it with a grain of salt. This is just one person with their particular community. So perhaps I'll go and look for in the future, like Andy. Andy is fantastic. Andy Cooks. Shout out to Andy Cooks. I always enjoy seeing his celebration of so many different culinary creations with that patented, very, very Australian hospitality. Gotta balance it out, you know. Give counter examples. I don't want to be sounding too one-sided. What is this? Um, sorry.
海浪，
海浪，
朝代，
朝代。跳动。Speaking of which, I'm dying for some brisket, like some southern brisket right now when I'm thinking of food. Oof. Take my heart span away. Heart disease so worth. I'm kidding. 跳动 jump move beating. When a heart is beating every short interval of time, it moves in a short jumping motion. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. I guess that kind of leads with dancing as well. Jump as in rhythm, like a pulsing, beating. In fact, I almost feel like 跳动 has that beat in it. Yeah, picture a beating heart nearly coming out of a cartoon just because it jumps with such intensity. Pulse. 他的心 something. Flowers. I've seen you before, right? Flower, moon. Is that a general? Maybe 新疆. We'll say 新疆停止了跳动. Dang. Oh yeah, it is Dang. Right. That's Dang. Zelda internal organs. Yeah, 新疆. 他的心脏停止了跳动。
他的心脏停止了跳动。
心脏 something wildly. 跳动 wildly. 猛烈，心脏猛烈的跳动。
心脏猛烈的跳动。
猛烈的 I gotta remember the alternative read for this. Not the 的跳动。猛烈的跳动。wildly beating heart. Oops.
跳动，补考，
补考 to patch up exam. Is an exam you take to patch up over that fact that you didn't take the original. Yeah. Makes sense. 为补考做几倍 Oh no, 准备 not 几倍 准备 prepare. 为补考做准备 It's all right. Getting ready. Prepared.
补考，恐怕，
Yeah, fear. Oh yeah, fear and dread. Be afraid. Wait. Now we have two afraids. 害怕 and 恐怕. Right? 害怕 and 恐怕. Heck. 这样做 right, that's young. 这样做恐怕不行，恐怕不行。这样做恐怕不行，不行。I'm afraid. So this counter, this maybe like this way of doing is this appearance method is afraid. I'm afraid of this appearance method won't do. I'm afraid the way to do this is it won't do. Yeah, okay. Not good. Not okay. Okay. Huh. 恐怕是 Interesting. I'm afraid so. 恐怕是 恐怕没有 instead of 恐怕不是 Okay.
恐怕
呃
流浪
流浪 flow wave to wander. Yeah, meandering waves, huh? To wander is to flow around to every which way. Meander, like a wave that reaches every shore. Sort of. To roam around, yeah, to meander, to wander. Whenever I think about a roaming wave or a roaming like flow, I think of meandering rivers. A river meanders. So that's kind of like a wanderer going through places. You meander around. It goes back to a poem, and I don't remember what the poem is. Might be high school. Maybe during the time of Robert Frost. I think when I was reading like my bitrate is gone to the pits, so I don't know where the pit is coming from. I don't know why I'm losing bitrate right now. It's not stabilizing yet. So give it a moment. Yeah, I have no idea what's wrong with the bitrate right now. I see it. It's like all over the place. Well, I don't know if it's gonna be a problem for the audio. For this stream, I guess I'm probably not gonna do clear obscure this evening because it doesn't look like the bitrate is gonna stabilize. Yeah, this is the first time it's been prolonged for so long. It's still going. Check my connection here. Seems okay. I can't switch connections on the fly. Yeah, it's looking really bad. Well, I'll try to finish the lesson and hope that it doesn't come out like gibberish. Apologies. Yeah, it's like fluctuating from... It's basically 0 sometimes. Maybe I'm getting doxxed. Alright. It's probably gonna be very like murky and whatnot. It's interesting though, on the YouTube side of things, doesn't really see... Yeah, I have no idea. I think the YouTube side of things is fine. Weird. I wonder if something... Let me take a look at Twitch right now. No, everything seems pretty normal. Oh. Apologies if something seems a little murky on the Twitch side of things. I'll try to remediate that in the future. Okay, so Liu Lang. Liu Lang 街道 流浪街道
流浪街头
街头 oh that's 头 yes oh that's 头 streets 街头 really street plus head oh we're back okay it took like 5 minutes but we're back the bitrate normalized again. Hey, welcome back to the world of 6K bit, 6 kilobits per second. Sorry about that. It's technical difficulties that are beyond my control. Okay. So, still don't remember what this is. A lion or a tiger and Dao Fu Dao Chu Liu Lang. Okay, it's fine. Dao Chu Liu Lang. Wander all around is kind of pretty nice phrase. Liu Lang. 流浪
流浪
流浪流浪
围困
围困 surround trap okay to surround and trap them in to besiege pretty good heck I don't know either of these. One kind of looks like shi, and it looks like shi and yun. I hope they relate to shi and yun. 围困围困了这座城市。Nope， 敌军敌军敌军敌军。Oh, I actually think it's 敌军。
敌军围困了这座
Yeah.
城市。
敌军敌军J G G7 and 7, right? G7 and 7. So then you have to elaborate into un. So 军敌军敌军围困围困了这座城市。Army? Oh, I guess that's enemy army put together. 长期 along 长期的圈围困，长期的围困。
长期的围困。
围困
Hello there, SD. Hello, Bo. How are you? Is university life on pause now? Are you home free for the day? Home free for the summer? What say you?
跳动
跳动
恐怕
恐怕。You finish in December, you've been free just until I re-enroll next year. Oh, so you oh, interesting. So you didn't take a spring semester. Yeah, I that's the recent talk with everyone. Everyone's wrapping up. Like they either have 1 week left or they're going to graduate soon because it's that time of year, right? May into June. So everyone's like slowly being scarce, working through. Hopefully everyone's doing well. It's always nice to hear people doing well with their studies.
围困
I mean, because I'm studying, I don't want to make it unrelatable. How's the language going? It's been the same. I think it hasn't been that long, right? We've spoken less than 100 days ago. Yeah. Nothing dramatically has changed too much. We're almost done with the we're almost caressing the A1 or A1, A2 section, the B1 section of Duolingo Spanish. Although we're decreasing the pace now because we're approaching B1. Yeah, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think. Yeah, pretty much. We're about to conclude. The Clear Obscured English dub story playthrough. And then some like random boss showcases for Clear Obscure, and then do my like summary for Clear Obscure because that's the month's project. So I recently, just the last couple of days, sorted out how I'm gonna do my summary. Most of my candid conclusions have like a theme to them, so that none of the things are like the same or very similar. It's very catered to it, so I sorted them out. I have a week, less than a week left in May, and then off to committing to the next month, which is to integrate Duolingo Japanese back into the schedule, which will be every other day with Spanish. Yeah, Spanish we're also practicing in the evenings more often now because I think Spanish, much like English, goes a long way when it comes to more doing than inputting, because a lot of it is honestly exceptions. So you get used to it by using it, at least in my opinion. You know, like, why is this feminine? That's just because it is. Why do these verbs have ah after it and these aren't? And then this one's kind of like movement, but it's not that type of movement, so you don't need an ah. That, you just gotta use it. I do feel like Chinese and Japanese though, Chinese and Japanese less so. I actually think Chinese is even more less so. I think the fun part about Chinese is figuring out how many wiggle room synonyms you have without context. That's kind of the name of the game. Like, oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good too. Oh, that's good too. Oh, in a weird way, that's good. That also means good. This means good too. Yeah. But good in many different ways. It's kind of fun. Like nowadays, I'm asking myself, this is Liu Lang, right? Liu Lang, which is to wander, flow. It's flow plus wave. But to wander, you could also place something else, like maybe something fun like 左右流. I said left right flow. So if you left right flow, you're meandering, right? I basically took hidari migi flow. Wait, do we have flow? Maybe like something like naga or something like that. But just put them together and you're like, oh, what is that? What is that? Left, right, and you're flowing. What is that meaning? Oh yeah, Liu Lang. That's kind of where I am when it comes to these things now, especially Chinese. I'm getting to the point like, how do I like descriptively do the English thing? You know, like for example, ST. What is that word? It kind of means left, it kind of means right, but you can't decide on left and right. Oh, wishy-washy. I think we're at that level. But I was expressing this to Bill about studying earlier during Wanikani. I think I'm pretty firm, a bit firm at pushing back on the whole input thing. I think input is incredibly overrated. And not in the overrated in the sense that it doesn't work. It works really well. It does very well, and it does very well for a very particular person who is very adverse to input or doesn't do input very often. For myself, I actually don't do output very often, so I usually spend most of my time outputting. You think it just takes too much time for what? Are you talking about output, or is like what are you talking about? I said two things, so I'm not entirely sure. What it takes too much time? Like I can't see myself sitting there immersing for 3 hours, blah blah. If you meant input like immersion stuff. No, immersion is output most of the time. Like so I think we're on the same page. I need to be a little bit more clear. Lots of people who talk about their immersion stuff, they want it to be output. To me. No, oh, and I'm not talking about the traditional one. So input, new information. So learning. And then output is using what you know. So I think lots of times, and this is not how it's classically defined, so I will clarify. I think we're on the same page. I think we both have we have a same but different perspective. Let me qualify. So when people talk about immersion, immersion is input only. That's what immersion is. For what I gathered. When people talk about immersion, they're talking about input all the time, always inputting. When I immerse, I'm outputting. Right? I'm outputting. And like AJAT and stuff. Yeah. So in immersion, when I'm immersing, I'm outputting. So I concern myself with interpreting all the things that I already know. And now hear me out. This is where it gets a little tricky. This is what I was talking about earlier. Now, a lot of people wish they were inputting. Like they hope that's what it looks like, inputting. That the immersion that they're doing is inputting. And I actually think most of the time they're actually outputting. So the immersion, for example, what they focus on all the time is all the things that they already know. And then they have a difficult time in remembering what they don't know. You see what I mean by that? So they blah 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 3 years time is because like the idea of how immersion work is most of it is understandable. So the idea is to have a routine or a behavior to focus on the things you don't know, to discover the things you don't know in the context of the things you do know. However, because that, in my opinion, this is only a theory, or not even a theory, it's a conjecture. The standard behavior of immersion is often, it's easy and it's useful because it's passive. And it's passive largely because you have the comfort of interpreting an output. And that output may lead to discovering things you don't know, which then serves as input. The downside is, in my opinion, is that most people like the idea of immersion and hearing input because as long as you immerse, you're inputting, but not actually, in my opinion. I think a lot of people are immersing, but they're actually outputting most of the time. And what does outputting look like? Focusing on the things you know and not having a routine on picking up the things you don't know. But it's very comforting, so it becomes more and more passive. It's not active. Like there are different immersions. So the ones that you're talking about, the 3 years blah 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 thing, that in my opinion is passive immersion. Active immersion, I would say, like a lack of a better example, like sentence mining. That feels like rigor and whatnot. And because you're constantly 100% actively, it's to the point where people don't associate it as immersion. If you're sentence mining, you're not immersing. Yeah, it forces you to focus, so you're consistently active. And to that regard, people don't associate sentence mining with immersion anymore, because immersion deals with some element of passivity. So that was the crux. I'm being very technical about this because it helps me illustrate my point. So in fact, most people are outputting when they're immersing, thinking they are working on input. But in fact, the whole comfort nature of the passiveness of the stereotypical immersion is that they rely on the crutch of their output. So their output gets reinforced a lot, and a lot, which also develops bad habits, quote unquote, undesirable habits that people don't know or don't aware because they're passively doing it. So what's a great example of that? Heritage speaking. Heritage speaking is an excellent, fantastic way of demonstrating how immersion has two different separations. You have an input focus immersion and an output focus immersion. A heritage speaker focuses so much on the output of their immersion that they are confined to the things they know, and they learn very slowly or even not at all in things they are not actively focusing on. So for example, you could immerse all the time and your vocabulary would not improve. But hear me out. There are pros and cons to this. When you're talking about this type of immersion, I actually do this deliberately in my free time. I do this in order to normalize fluency for myself. Like a lot of times people say, oh, how do you classify fluency? My classification of fluency deals with lifestyle. So lifestyle is created by a habit, and a habit leads to consistency. So when I'm immersing, I'm actually outputting most of the time. That's what I mean now. Like I immerse because I'm not active in learning. As in the evening when I'm exhausted or like tired of actually actively focusing and learning on things, like now, I immerse by outputting. I immerse by reinforcing all the things I recently learned. So in the evenings, I find creative ways to look for everything that I've learned actively during the day, or during the optimal, during my particular preferred time of input. So I input actively and I immerse and output passively. And the reason why I do that is because it is difficult for me to do that. Unlike the most people that I'm talking to, I think most people on the internet nowadays, like the youngins out there, they actually immerse by output. What is output? Comfort, ease, passive, well practiced. What does that look like? Playing your 3000th game of Fortnite. That is immersion. They are far more entertained and consistently doing it because it's ease, low effort, passive, because they practiced it so much that they're good at it. They're very, very good at playing the games because you practiced it a lot. And I'm doing the opposite in language because oftentimes I don't practice enough. So that's kind of what I'm doing. So in the evening, I actually practice output. Like I try not to worry about all the things I don't know. I try to continue to work on the things I do know, because in my opinion, I actually do the opposite time. The thing that you're talking about, the input thing, input thing, I do this like naturally. I prefer to be in this state. This is where I don't relate to people who prefer to be in output state. And that's what we were talking about earlier. That's why I'm a little bit late to today's lesson in Chinese. In my opinion, based on my criteria, like the way I'm viewing this, which is very similar to what you're probably alluding to, it takes a lot of effort to be actively inputting. And oftentimes, that immersion thing that people are talking about is to try to passively use output of something they're good at or used to try to gain some input. So to make it into an input, like sponge up, sponge it up, right? You already do things really, really well. So pick something that you do really, really well and try to connect it to a form of input so you can sponge up some passive input. And it takes a very, very long time, but it's also consistent. And it's a combination. It's a combination of habit formation, atomic habits, like things grouping a very consistent habit with something else. So you're using your element of your lifestyle and your habit to do that. And I do that by creating new habits. Most people, I would say, do it by lining them up with a old habit. So how do you get one to be very consistent, passively, like effortlessly consistent? Turn your manga reading that you already do into a form of immersion. Turn something of your lifestyle and convert it slowly into a point of active input. And that's kind of what I usually use as a blanketed statement for anyone who's saying, I can't be consistent with studying. Take something that is already consistent and try to slowly make it an active process of input. So if you like manga, right, and you have subtitles already, like you have translations, put the translations next to the Japanese, pick one word, do it for a couple days, then pick another word. If you get ambitious, pick 2 words, 3 words, 4 words. Heck, if you have enough words and you can decipher an entire sentence, now go look at the grammar that's related to it. So the idea is you're taking the passive output that you already have, and I'm thinking of bigger, not like in just the language, but the decision to do the behavior. The output of the behavior is that you're reading something you like. You're doing something you already know you like. You already have done it many, many times, and it's practically a passive decision you're making. No one has to convince you to go and play your favorite online game. It's a passive decision. It's used to output something. What is the output? Dopamine. So as an input situation, it's often, it takes too much effort. It's an active process, adapting a new method. I actually do that most of the time. I actually enjoy doing that. And on stream, what I don't show most of the time is whenever I'm vibing. And I don't vibe very well. I don't vibe very long. And I'm using that now. So that's what I'm doing in Spanish. Like, practice so that I can make it a little bit more passive. Or a little, like, I want it to end up being passive. The things I learn, I'm making it passive. So nowadays, it's a combination. On stream, largely active process. Off stream, passive process. And I immerse, or passive process. Which is the opposite of what people want to do. They want the immersion to become an active process. Because most of the time, they're doing something passive. What is a great way of a streamer that is very consistent and very good at what they do? They're passive. And what I mean by that is they're not changing very much of what they're doing. They're changing the nature of the content that they're reacting to, but their behavior and stuff is very consistent. Like a react video or a reactionary. Like you're genuinely acting like yourself. You're genuinely tackling things that you love. You only tackle things that you love. I tackle things that I don't know if I'm going to like or not. It's the active form of exploring whether I like it or not, or whether it gets me to think or not. The whole idea of the things that I choose to do on stream is to get me to think. Now, I'm not saying everyone does this. In fact, the ones that I love to enjoy are those people who are doing it for the act of discovering it. They're breaking it down. They're trying to actively think about, oh, what does this mean to me? But what does this mean to everyone else? What does learning Chinese have anything to do with learning Japanese? That's what I'm thinking about when I'm using HanziHero and Wanikani. I'm not saying I'm just going to enter the right answer now and constantly do that for the rest of my active process. So that forces me, quote unquote, forces me to be active. There are other things, right? Like I'm ignoring two sides of this. There's also passive SRS. Like you can use SRS passively. Like for example, trust the system. Right? But what does that sound like? Passive immersion. You just trust the system. Just watch a lot of anime and you're just going to magically learn how to output and learn lots and lots of vocabulary. Right? The passive nature of it is targeting what most people do these days, what youngins or the target consumer wants, is very practiced in. Ironically, they're very practiced in engaging with things that do the work for them, which is good for business, and it's good for them if it works. So if you do hours and years of passive immersion and it leads to input gains, that's awesome, right? And then etc. Now hear me out though. You did say years and time, and for me, this is where we kind of like split up a little divisive for me. I usually don't. It doesn't matter if it's slow or high or something, because most of the time I think of it as a lifestyle choice. So whether it takes 6 years or until my death, I focus on the idea of when I can be active and when I can be passive. So what I mean by that is Bill, earlier in Wanikani said they find that it's hard to start new things, right? Or get things started. And he said he's used to playing online games and turning off his brain because it's easy. But he also said that it's hard for him to sit down and consume something for more than an hour. But an hour is a very long time. So what is the difference? The difference, in my opinion, oftentimes when people think of active process is that they think of it as continuous, like a focus. Focus is continuous period of time, but nothing is stopping you from doing something active, then going to something passive, then going back to something active. So what you have is you start, then pause, and then continue. And that's why I study more than one language eventually at the same time. Now you can have this active process be a variant of active process plus the passive process. And then when you go back to the active process, you can have a variant of the passive process. Then you're doing more than one thing in a different way, every way. So over time, you're not spending, it doesn't look like you're focusing on one thing per se at one entire time. You're focusing on the things as they relate to each other. So that was kind of my thought about why does it feel like I'm often talking to two different types of people when they talk about immersion, or at least 2 types of people, and then at least 2 types of people when they're talking about due diligence and like academic approach, like analytic approach, or quote unquote unnatural approaches. In my opinion, when it comes to learning, right, the people that describe their natural approaches and the people that describe their unnatural approaches, when I think of learning, I think of it this way. Like, what they're describing is a part of learning, and then like the 2 things that they're describing, they're both part of learning. Sentence mining is unnatural, but it's natural for learning, especially as an adult. Let's be a little bit more specific on natural and unnatural. We can break these further up. In here somewhere is grammar, right? And then like natural in this little group here, and as a subset is child. In a subset here, with a little bit of overlap, is adult. But it's all in the sphere of learning. So it's so weird when you get to the point where like, oh, immersion is goated because it's the natural way of learning. I'm like, natural is a natural way of learning. Like, all of this is part of learning. What do you like? It's natural if you do it. Learn like a baby, but you know what I mean, right? Like, all of it, do all of it. Like, what like, go and find your thing. It's funny when it's looked at as like do one thing, do one thing, do one thing until it becomes passive, if it's not already passive. Yeah, deliberately studying is just as natural as passive immersion. It's just different, if I'm understanding. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what I mean. Like, the things I do that have gotten me so far in learning abstraction, art, music composition, you know, how to be a musician, how to be a scientist, is they would today be considered as unnatural ways of learning. Like, what are you talking about? It's natural because you actively acquired it to be passive. So what I mean by that is, what do you do very often? And that's how they're marketing it to you. So, who are the marketed target audience? Passive immersers. Funny, because then what do you have to say? Formal education sucks. Well, yes, because most of these passive immersers, if they are less than 20 years old, they had the internet. So, what are my most efficacious way of learning a language? Strict formal things that I've practiced and whatnot. But that formal education also taught me maybe I should learn what they're doing. So here I am using SRS. And in the future, it's like, this is pretty passive. Just use an LLM. Like, all right, let's see how I can make LLMs active. Let's see how I can make SRS active, because that's what I do. Like, it's not about one of them. A thing becomes natural when you use it, when you practice it. So People go around saying, oh yeah, as a kid you naturally learn this way. Yeah, but I'm not a kid anymore. I can try to pretend to be a kid. I could do the kid things, but with a adult twist, because that would be the most natural way to do things. And at the same time, I don't sit on all the things I passively do. Oftentimes when you passively do things, you kind of miss stuff. You tend to be complacent. So if you're saying, here's the crazy thing, this is gonna get me some fire. If manga is your source of immersion, right? You have to work harder. And what are the most efficacious ways for someone who naturally read manga? Sentence mining. Because sentence mining is something they don't do yet. You're trying to force yourself to engage in things. If you're doing something that you are constantly aware of and are super good, that's a great place to start. However, you must raise awareness that you can do more. The idea is the immersion in the passive thing, it creates consistency. You're already consistent at doing it. Now, gotta find ways to make it more active, get more active involved. When I learn something, I want to use it. I need to use it somewhere because it creates a lifestyle thing. It creates retention. So yes, I agree with most people when you're doing SRS for like 60 hours straight or whatever, and it's so long that you got diminished return, is because the nice thing about humans is you're going to cut corners. And not cut corners in the sense of literally taking shortcuts. You're going to become more efficient. And when you become more efficient, you acquire less, actually. You learn less. You can, okay, not the acquire word. You learn less in an active way, but you can still acquire things through that efficiency. Now, the question is that sustainable if you're focused on that way? Like, well, yes, you can keep on learning that way. Nothing's stopping you. For me, it's not entertaining. I don't get a lot of that. I like exploring different things and learning how unnatural things can become natural. So SRS, I think it's going to take me like a year before I think this stuff is natural to me. In fact, a lot of people think that doing flashcards is something that people do in college. I didn't do flashcards at all in my college. I thought it was kind of weird. And trying to think of like simplified term things, that's very difficult for me. And I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it quite a lot. It gets me to work really hard. I don't think of language this way. Honestly, this is probably some of the hardest things I do. And when someone says, oh no, but that's easy because you don't have to worry about context, are you kidding me? Context is what makes it easy. Like when someone comes up and say, oh, but it's so much easier to learn with context. I know. I totally agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. It is very, very, it's a lot easier to learn with context. And I do that when I'm passively doing something. But right now, I'm like working my butt off trying to recall these things in isolation. Not because it seems on the surface that it's a good use of my time. It's different. I do all of the things. It helps me keep balance. Like if you passively do something for a really, really long time, even if it's active at first, like if you immerse 2 hours a day watching anime and sentence mining, even that it can end up being going through the ropes. Like you're just going through the motions, and that to me can create a bit of passivity. And I like to mix it up. So it can grind someone down, right? If you're doing 4 hours of straight immersion every single day, I don't really know. You might be superhuman. I'm not superhuman. The last thing I think about is it's gonna grind you down and not be sustainable. So I mix it up. I do it consistently throughout the day though. Like 30 minutes of this because I know I can handle 30 minutes, much like Bill can handle 1 hour or less. I do it 30 minutes a day, 30 minutes a day, 30 minutes a day, and so on. In order for me to maintain active stuff, but then I also throw in a bit of passive. So that whole like do only one thing, input only, that kind of thing. It's kind of shocking how many people, not really shocking. Okay. The word I would say is I underestimated how the willpower. I underestimate the willpower of some people, how much they really, really want to make themselves go to other people and project how much they suffer. Like here, like SD, I'm not sure if you've ever encountered this, but you can tell who those people are. When someone comes up to you and say, dude, you can't be smiling when you're having fun. Like what, when you're learning a language, you should be sitting down writing like, so get all your textbooks and spend like 8 hours being miserable like me and just doing that so you can get to fluency as fast as possible. I'm like, okay, are you telling me that it's a good thing or a bad thing? Like, I'm sensing some very tense, intense emotions, but they're not my emotions. They're like, you're just like, no, you should be immersing right now. You should watch your anime and always be worried about every single word. Like you should be extracting you should know every single word when you're watching an anime from now on. If you don't, you should extract all of them into an Anki deck and learn them before you can watch more. I'm like, okay, all right. I will try, but I'm gonna be honest, that sounds like a miserable time. Can I just do like a little bit of everything? Yep, that's your whole gripe with people who preach immersion as the best way to learn. Learn as an adult, you leverage your brain way more than a kid too. Yeah, in your opinion. Yeah, study, acquire language more efficiently. Like you have the tools. Unless, hear me out, SD. This is gonna sound really, I hope I don't personally attack anyone. I think it's great to have awareness unless you still learn like a kid. For those people, the stars align, my friends. All the current techniques and markets, you're probably saying like all of this stuff works. I don't learn like a kid anymore. Like it's so hard for me to say, like watching anime and I'm like, oh, I wonder what that means in Chinese. A kid doesn't say that. A kid just like take whatever face value it is. Or like I'm sitting here, right? I'm like, I wonder what's another way they would express drifting or wandering in Chinese. A kid doesn't have to think about that. A kid just knows this is the right answer. This is what this means, and that's it. You go and do that. You do that really, really fast, and Bob's your uncle. They have so, they like, that's great. But for me, I can't help but wonder about things. And that does, some might say, oh, that's because you're unfocused. And my thought was, all I can think about is what you say is unfocused. I'm thinking leverage. Now the fields are even. Where you think it's unfocused as a kid, cue like an ADHD moment or something like that. I think leverage because you're an adult. So how do you use that to your advantage? How do you practice ways in which when you think about new things because you want to create with them, how do you leverage that, right? And the awkward nature of this SD in the long run is when someone tells me, oh, do you ever immerse or feel immersion? I said this earlier, immersion in video games. Well, my thought was yes, when I turn my brain off. Isn't that I don't know, that's that like that is exactly what I mean by kids these days. How do you immerse? You turn your brain off. The older I get, the less likely I can do that. Largely because I don't want to. Because I want to be actively involved in my immersion. As in, I want to be a thinking part of this experience. So, yes, I will most definitely. I'm that guy who like pauses in anime and like, huh, that's interesting. Like when I'm watching with other people, it's out of courtesy that I don't talk over anime or talk like I want people to be involved in their media because their media is not passive. If you want to develop, in my opinion, if you want to develop more input, one has to be actively involved in the thing. Now, I love chilling out and immersing if I can, and I try to practice that because I suck at that. I really don't do it at all. Like, someone has, what are your favorite immersion games? I'm like, my favorite game, my favorite immersion game is an oxymoron. That's an oxymoronic question to ask me because my favorite games are the ones that I'm most actively involved. And if I'm actively involved, it's not what they refer to as immersion. So when I'm watching anime, the most immersed way I get into anime is probably sentence mining. If you're talking about not even sentence mining, it's also culture mining. Heck, if someone gives me an interview of the writer who speaks Japanese about this scene, I'll do that. If the anime comes with commentary that is from a Japanese speaker with English subtitles, sign me up. That to me is immersion. So when someone says something like, oh yeah, you just want to immerse, just let it all soak in, let it passively soak in, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I can't really empathize with that. It's so hard. Like when I'm immersed, I am so wired into thinking things because in my opinion, adults have lots of things to think about. They have lots of things they can leverage. How do I put a smile on my face while using HanziHero? I leverage being an adult. I don't leverage being a kid. A kid would think this is boring. Or mildly sufficiently not boring. Like just mildly not boring. So what is other marketed material? Learn by immersion. Like what are you doing? Because it's less boring. And I'm like, okay, that's good. I mean, you could do anything and it's not boring. You're an adult. At least in my opinion, this is more of a celebration of what adults can do. Most things in the world are not boring to an adult who is actively invested in what they're learning. Like, if you want to learn Japanese, there are very few things that you can do that will be boring because you are so invested in learning Japanese. If you want to be fluent in Japanese, then you're not invested in learning Japanese. Those are two different things. Like, if someone says like, "Oh man, learning sucks, but I want to become fluent." These are two different things. An adult can like to be something and not like the process of it. And that's what I hear most of the time. This is the most realistic portrayal of what people think. And they don't literally say this. Instead, they would say immerse. And that goes back to your point, SD. So whenever someone like says, I want to become fluent as fast as possible, and then they say, oh yeah, the fastest way is immerse, I'm like, you mean the most approachable way for you? Because you can immerse while sentence mining, you can sentence mine while drawing things. There's so many things you can do as an adult that isn't so conveniently sit there and do the same thing constantly over and over again, to the point where you might not even think you're doing anything anymore. And that's very convenient. It's convenient, but I really think that this is going to be like which is better kind of thing. I don't want to talk about best, but things to consider. Adults are active because they can choose. They can also choose to be focused. And some like ADHD people, people who think that they have ADHD and whatnot, are gonna make an argument like, well, I'm not as focused as other people. It's like, yeah, but I'm talking about you, comparing yourself. Comparing you to yourself, you can still increase focus with leverage. And that's leverage of your experiences and whatnot. Children do not have a frame of reference. They take whatever is there to offer. So, coincidentally, if a child has to get what they want and they need to learn a language, they're going to learn it. An adult has to choose. So make that choice an active choice. Do you like to learn? Do you know what it takes to learn a language? It's not. Here's a fun, a little bit of a snippy comeback. When you're learning a language, it's not suffering. That sounds like an adult setting themselves up for, like intentionally. That's more like a principle. It's an ideology. Like, to learn a language equals suffer to get the fluency. Well, suffer is where the learning part is. So it's an adult that says they don't like learning, but they still want to be fluent. That's fine. You can do it. You can suffer because an adult can do that. That's the best. That's one of the... In fact, this is one of the greatest reasons about being an adult. You can suffer to do something. Have you heard a kid suffer through something in order to get to something else? Come on. Let me know when when a kid doesn't kick, scream, and yell and find any possible excuse to avoid suffering something to get what they want. This, in my opinion, is a testament to what makes an adult awesome. You can even learn something by suffering through the thing you don't want to do. If that is, that's where what I mean is I don't want to dismiss suffering. People who suffer is emotional, and emotional also creates focus. So like if you want to prove someone wrong, that's kind of a part of it. So that can work for people. It doesn't have to work for every other adult, obviously, but the idea is that suffering does work. But I don't want to suffer, so I'm gonna try not to. As a kid, if you're talking to a kid, then that's a different story. And the suffering people, right? The people who are suffering, it feels like an adult talking to a kid. Like, you should want to suffer. And I'm like, I'm not a kid anymore. I don't have to suffer I could like it. It would work if you talk to like a 13-year-old who has no way of understanding how to learn and have fun with learning. But if you're still going around talking to other adults, especially adults who possibly have learned a lot of things in their lives, and then tell them what they should be doing is to like do whatever your way is that causes like some emotional baggage and some vendetta to walk around and tell people that language learning must be full of suffering, that is definitely your prerogative. You have more than right to absorb that. And I'm talking about that now because I was told that several times. If you're not suffering, you're not taking it seriously. Well, hot dog. That is definitely one way to describe someone who never stops talking about language learning whenever they're streaming. Like, what I mean is, are you who is like? I have to honestly ask, who likes language learning more? The person that is constantly talking about language learning, or the person that's going around saying you have to suffer? Hear me out. I didn't say who is more fluent at a language. That person who is going around saying you must suffer, that person may as well say they have already won the race to fluency. But they can't tell me that they like language learning more than I do, like with full confidence, because I like the learning process. I'm not like, if I become fluent, if let's say I do get to fluency faster than they do, that's still irrelevant to someone who likes the process, because all I saw is I already won. You spend all your time suffering and I don't. Like, if we truly were talking about like choosing a thing that works for an adult, right? Why do you preach something that would make adult mind-numbingly bored of what they do versus an adult that knows exactly what to keep them engaged and whatnot? So when I hear like when SD, when you said the 3 years of blah 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 and meant input like immersion stuff, my first thought is, if I had to do the same thing and preach the same thing over and over again, it would become blah 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 in probably less than 3 years. Like, oh, you just gotta do it this way all the time, and it'll happen. I'm like, no. You don't understand. Immersion is big. It has lots of things. It's not one thing. And when the people that did work, like the people that are putting out products and stuff, they're engaged in leveraging their sentiments already. They already naturally do that. They like the books they read. They know how to creatively use that immersion, but it doesn't look like something. It doesn't look like an exact thing that you do the same over and over again. Like, SD, your sentence mining is still immersion to me because you're being immersed into the thing that you like. Like an adult immersion is that you're putting your whole being into it. Like all of the things that make you interested in the thing is what's motivating you to learn more. Not like how do I describe this? Oh, you know what? Let's do this. I don't know if you're still here, but I love talking about this stuff. I can't stop that. Like kid and adults. Here's one. Literal. Figurative. So what does immersion look like to a kid? They are sucked into the literal thing that they're looking at. As an adult, how does an adult get in transformative experience? They figuratively encompass and even create and expand upon their emotions. What does that come out as? For literal, for kids, immersion. For lack of a better word. And what is an adult? Profound is the word I would use. When I read a piece of literature and it has a profound impression on me, it goes beyond just literal immersion. And you can't do that while being immersed in the way that people think. In fact, I think it's very reductive nowadays when people say, "Oh, you're finally immersing in natural and native content." I'm like, yeah, yes, I guess. I mean that's true. And then nowhere in their mind did they ask, what do you mean you guess? Isn't that all that matters? Right? That's probably what they're referring to. It's like, oh, that's all that matters. It's a native immersion content. It's the real stuff. I'm gonna be real, for lack of a better. As an adult, things are interesting, both real and not real, because of figurative abstractions. Like you're not bound by literal stuff. You might some people will argue, well, you're never gonna know native what native sounds like if you don't engage with native content. It's like, well, you can do that and more. You can do that and at the same time interact with it unnaturally. You can consume many things. Like it's one way I want to say to end this like digression is don't sell yourself short. I think with the sacrifice of being old, you know, having waking up with back pain, waking up with poor knees and stuff, I think the last thing that you want adults to do, at least in my opinion, is to remove and not leverage any of their learning experience and ask them to think like a kid. Like, just, hey, simplest thing, turn off your brain and then you'll learn the language better. Nice. At least that's what it feels like when people are actually saying them in general terms. Like, how do you learn a language? Turn off your brain. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, but maybe we were cut from a different cloth in this case. But I turn on my brain. My brain is on fire. And the last thing I want to do at the end of the day is try to chill out my brain. So right now, my brain is on fire because I have like 6 or 7 hours of other things I could talk about, but I'm not going to. We're going to settle on this. I think I've already took my years out for today. I'm sorry, SD. It's if you're still chilling or whatnot, Thank you again for the commentary. I don't even know what that AJAT thing stands for. Maybe I should know what that is. Oh, all Japanese all the time. Oh, I see. Man, I didn't even know that was a thing. Immediately I have on my Google search 4-year update how to actually do a all Japanese all the time. 2 years of combining all Japanese all the time plus refold plus, oh boy. All right, I'm good. Sorry, I'm being a little bit I'm being a little bit facetious, but my first thought is good. That's great that there are so many different ways for them to learn. I think looking for methods is a testament to, do you know the person? Or do they have a long history of being successful at learning skills, especially like other languages? Because in my eyes of eyes, their method probably works. It probably works really well for them, and it probably will work for you. But one big but. Try not to have other people convince you that you can't enjoy the process. I think it's doing a very, very large disservice for an adult to be aware of themselves. Maybe they're not. I mean, I'm taking for granted. Here's a big taking for granted. Maybe there are some adults who truly just like to be a masochist. Like, masochism is a thing, right? You can grab endorphins and reward from suffering. That's totally a thing. Very, very much a thing. Outside of that, I like to think that the most consistent things you can do are the things that consistently bring endorphins, or maybe like short periods of suffering, but overall it's not the suffering. Like I did mention, I'm incredibly exhausted after this, but it's a good exhaustion. So one could see that as suffering in the moment, and I see it as a road to my happiness. So I put in the time, the active time, and I also put in the passive time, largely to chill. So I kind of like squeeze out stuff. But man, passive immersion is interesting. It's very interesting. In fact, a lot of times when I see those YouTube videos that people recommend, and when they talk about immersion, I see active discipline. I see active formulation. One might even consider unnatural processes. But if it's disguised as immersion, then it can be a little bit more immersive. So maybe ignorance is bliss in this case, right? The tool that is extracting all the vocabulary words and the tool that's transcribing everything, that is the active process being done automatically for you. And you hope that with that alleviation of the active process, you can still gain the benefits. And that's what tools are doing nowadays. They're trying to focus on, how do we remove certain aspects of those skills that are becoming an impediment? And those things are active skills, like writing and speaking to yourself, speaking to other people, trying to figure out a mistake, or trusting the system to tell you what your mistakes are, and then not doing anything more than that. I actively try to fix my mistakes, not through repetition. So, join the group. I mean, join along. I would love to hear everyone's other active things. I think I still remember pretty much most of the stories people shared, like Blue War for Shizuka. Not that I don't talk to that person very often anymore because they since moved on, and then there are others. There are quite others. I still remember the kurai and kurai thing that another person was really being pedantic about, and they were potentially worried that I might not understand the difference between pitch accents. So that's one thing too. Plenty of examples. Another person said about ikagetsu, and they only heard ikagetsu, which I didn't say. So even in that video, I still remember it's ikagetsu. So ikagetsu is memorable in that way. Problem solving. Actively problem solving. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna skip clear obscure probably. No, I can get to the end. I think so. I want to like do the second ending, or the first ending, whichever, however you view it. Okay. Spray, yes.
流浪
Liu Long. What the heck? Liu Long. Wandering?
补考
补考
汉朝
汉朝 Yeah, 汉朝 Literal 汉朝的 something 梦 Oh no 词是王 Wait, do I have this? Wang? Let's see. Walter White in the chapel with death. Not that I'm aware of, but it's nice to know it's Wang. The closest one is Wang for 4. What the heck is that? Mei Wang. The downfall. Mei Wang. Huh. 汉朝是中国 Oh yeah, that's the same sentence. It's fine.
汉朝补习班
补习班 补习班 is patched up or makeup study class, which cram school. Yeah, you're making up stuff. That's classes that patch the things you already learned. Yeah. In mainland China, the more common word used for this general meaning is okay. I don't have either of those things, but we'll get to it. 他每个星期五下午都去补习班学英文。他每个星期五下午都去补习班学英文。他在补习班补习班教英文。
他在补习班教英文。
补习班教英文。Okay.
补习班播
to broadcast. Oh, is that the same as? No, it's not. It's not the same. Okay. Droppings. Oh boy. What was this in Wanikani? A sickle? Ugh. I think we're gonna put a sickle as a reminder. But it's gonna happen. It has a chance of happening. Picture a bunch of rat or rabbit droppings. Okay, go on. Each about the size of a grain of rice. Okay, these animals drop their droppings wherever they go, which is why they're called droppings. Wait, I don't understand how this works. Are you saying that when you're dropping grains of rice, they're called droppings? Okay. Because the top part is a drop. Okay, I see. That's fine. Droppings. That'll work. Does this have anything to do with droppings though? I don't think
波
so. Or... Okay, so Bart Simpson is in front of the office in the parking lot using his phone to broadcast. Okay, his shenanigans. Alright, that's Bart. Checks out from the office. He is currently making a rice paddy or rice field in the parking lot, filling it up with droppings and fingers, preventing anyone from parking. And fingers. The office guard chase him around but can't catch him or stop him from broadcasting. Okay. The finger thing is a bit of a stretch. Ice field. Maybe for like Halloween? Well, think of it as a Halloween thing. So Bart Simpson in front of the office in the parking lot, committing a Halloween prank, in which he broadcasts, right? And he's currently making a haunted rice field, by dropping a bunch of droppings. Maybe not particularly of the rice variety, but a lot of droppings and then like severed fingers everywhere, right? Preventing anyone from parking at the office. That's fine. Oh, it deals with live stream, huh? 直播. 直播. True broadcast, live stream. Oh, I see. 直播, live, reality broadcast. 广播 to broadcast. Oh, 广 extensive broadcast. Okay. 播 广播 and 直播. I like it.
定
Ding. Oh, this is to order, yes. Yes, we are familiar with this one. It gets simplified. Right. This. Ding to order. Diddy Kong. Diddy Kong is in the bathroom of the English Manor, lounging in a hot bath. Okay, go on. In like a lounging in a really expensive bath, you know, like a luxurious luxurious bathtub. He sends out some words to order some luxurious food to eat while in the bath. Sounds about right. A butler comes up and offers him some bananas, some gourmet bananas, where he eats and hands the butler a spike as payment for what was ordered. What the heck? Oh, kind of fell apart with the spike. Yeah, it kind of fell apart with the spike. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That does strike as Diddy Kong, but the spike thing kind of, he lost me. I might end up losing spike somehow. Oh yeah. Ding dong. Ding dong. Yeah, and ding wei. Ding wei is what I think of when I think of ding. To make a reservation. To order seat. To order a seat.
定 补习班
班。补习班。
汉朝
汉朝。
定
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
波
Cool. Okay. No problems, no problems. Judge. Han. Han. Pan. I'm not sure if I have any reference for this. This one kind of looks weird too. So there might be a simplification here. Maybe not. Like, something that I'm relating it to. We'll see. Patrick again. Patrick's kind of a tough one. Patrick is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, dressed as a judge. Go on. Big white hair wig and all, because he's in a judging sort of mood. He carries a saber he found minutes earlier in the shop. Sure, anything he judges as being insufficient he cuts in half. The toilet did not flush properly, so he says, I judge thee, and cuts it in half. Alright. I mean, it kind of sounds like a goofball thing that Patrick would do. Okay. Okay, so he picked up the fake wig and the saber from the pawn shop. We'll just say, yeah. It's just judging everything. It's just cutting things in half. That's half? Oh, that is half. Oh, interesting. Alright, we'll see how well that sticks. I'm not entirely sure. That trick is a weak spot. Judgment? Anduan. To judge, break. Negotiate. Pan. Chat and judge. Tan pan. I have no reference for tan. Oh no, Tai. Tai pan. I have no reference for that. Tai. This is unfamiliar. Unfamiliar territory.
唐
Tang is familiar. Yes. Atoll. Or at least the toll. Or the sa. Wait. The toll. Actually, the sa. I actually don't know which one anymore. Hold up. Why are you... Wait, hold up. Oh, it is the toll. Okay. Oh, yes, the sa is stone, few stones, few stones. Tarzan is inside the chapel. Tarzan's kind of a weak one too. I've been thinking about weak characters. Tarzan is one. Although Tarzan has some characters. Craving some sugar. Luckily, there is a holy rack. Sure. Holy shack. Okay, a holy shack in the middle of the chapel. And Tarzan goes up to it and drops some rice into an opening at the top. Then he gets a pen that was attached to one of the vines draped across his chest. Okay, the Tarzan. Okay. And uses that to stir the rice. Seconds later, the rice turned into sugar. A true miracle. Tarzan starts stuffing the sugar into his mouth. Alright. This is elaborate enough to work. Okay, Tarzan. Right. Okay. Alright. I got you. I got you. 口香糖. Oh. Interesting. Mouth fragrant sugar. 糖果, yeah, 糖果. Candy. Syrup? 糖浆? Diabetes. Whoa, where are we going with this? 糖尿病. 糖尿病, okay. Not sure what 尿 means in this case. Maybe like scary, like insufficient, like sugar insufficient sickness. Maybe like lack of insulin sensitivity. So sugar lacking sensitivity, sickness, diabetes. Sucrose. 蔗糖. I don't have anything but 蔗糖.
糖尾
Great. We have another grade with tan highs. And it's still whey. Oh no. Okay, so we have... Yeah, we have whey, and whey. Walter White is in the bathroom of the beach house. Okay, he's all over the beach house right now. By the bay, making a tanned hide with Slender Man. Okay, so he's just chilling now. He's bunking, fist pounding with Slender Man. It is turning out great. Perhaps the best tanned hide yet. After quitting his cooking making adventure, his good stuff making adventure, he has turned into a leather maker of sorts, which is what he was doing in the bathroom when he was guarding his sandals and hand hide with a beach towel, in which he was also using the tan hide that he prepared while he was hallucinating a little bit when he was surrounded by words. Or surrounded by mouths, actually. Mouths that was biting him in the living room. So he's just living it up with tan hides today. Okay, great. Huh. 伟大. 为人. Great person. Makes sense. 雄. 雄伟. Magnificent.
尾暖
Nuan. Oh no, it's Nuan. I'm very bad. Okay. Alright. Naruto. I think this is the second Naruto. I don't think there's too many Nu so far. I think the only one was Nu, as in Nu Li. Nuan. Okay. Naruto is in the basement of the pawn shop. Got you. Where he's trying to warm up his armpit. Okay. Which is freezing cold. He gets some cleats and rub them on the ground to create some sparks. Okay. Metal cleats that he uses to light a second-hand folding stool. Alright, on fire. He slowly gets more and more warm, allowing Naruto to warm up his armpits. Okay. But it then gets so warm that the fire turns into a miniature sun that suffers to warm Naruto to death. Wait, that suffers to warm Naruto to death? Alright, hold up. There's too much going on that is... How about we swap it up a little? Hey, welcome back, Procall. Okay, alright, there's a little... much going on here. There's a little too much going on here. Okay, so... Naruto is in the basement of the pawn shop. And it's the winter, right? And he needs to get warm. He needs to warm up his armpits because for whatever reason, ninjas are just sensitive in their armpits, right? So he got some cleats and he rubs it on the ground and performs a jutsu, right? A technique, which suddenly lights the folding stool on fire. But Naruto, being Naruto, is clumsy and got too carried away, and that burning folding stool turned into a sun, a fireball. And it was too hot to handle. Is ninja armpits their Achilles heel? I don't know. One thing for sure though, if your armpits are cold, then you're in trouble. I'm just saying. Like, of all the places, you know, we have, you know, the whole thermometer thing, right? Oftentimes the most consistently warmed areas tend to be where the thermometer goes. Armpit is one of them. Your butt. Your butt cheeks. Your butt, and then under your tongue. So like, if your armpits are already cold, man, it must be freezing. Like, we're not talking about, you know, hands or like your feet or anything. We're talking about the armpits. That's cold. Must be really cold down there. Not entirely sure why he's in the pawn shop though, but that's the problem. Maybe Naruto sneaked into the basement of the pawn shop to steal, to infiltrate, to like acquire an artifact or something. I need to place him in the pawn shop as well. I don't know. This one's fine. No, I already know Nuan. I was just being a little playful. When Nuan. Warm. Yeah, temperature warm. Heater. Nuan Qi. Oh, you know what they say about heater? Stove, right? Stove. For Japanese. Stove. Like the old school stoves. The furnace stoves for a heater. For sure. At least one way. At least I think. Hold up. I thought that was it. Hold on. Yeah, sudofu. Stove. Stove. Is it gu? Stove. Yes. Or Hita, of course Hita is one of them, but and then the one that I remember, Danboki. Which Danbo, this is Dan. This is the character for Dan. And then Ki is the character for machine in Chinese as well. So, and then Bo, I don't actually know what Bo. Yeah. In a mobile game, Brawl Stars, they added a new update where you can get sushi, which gives you in-game items. Every time you open the shop, it says Mizu, which gives you flashbacks to Isn't it great when you see Mizu and you're like, ah, yes, I totally know now. This can also, what's another great like video game stuff? Umi. Umi is also a great one. Wait, is that how you Umi? Yes. Which is sea or ocean, and like elements. A lot of times elements or lunar festival celebrations. Whenever you play like a if you play a live service game, they always have like lunar New Year celebrations. So all the Japanese items you would typically get in Duolingo right off the bat. And then for Chinese, it's the same. Bao would be the first one, probably, which is the buns, bao. And then Daofu, maybe. Daofu is tofu, right? I'm trying to think of others. Mooncake? Actually, mooncake is a little too exotic to represent. Yeah, and then Japanese probably a dango. Dango. And I'm trying to think. One word you struggled to learn in Japanese was sushi. Why is that? Oh, because of the kana. The kana for sushi. Is that it? I think that's fairly if you're talking about like the way it looks. Sorry, mouse is hitting hard. Go on. Okay.
Lan.
What was this? Naruto, armpits, cleats, set things on fire, and it becomes a sun and got roasted to death. Okay, I got it. Press, to press. Wait, is this like osu? It's not. Wait. Hold up. No, it's not. Oh, wait. Maybe? No, it's not. Darn it. Oh, maybe it's simplified. No, maybe not. Maybe it's changed. Overwatch 2 just did a collab with Street Fighter, and there's some great skins. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. Oh, I saw some of them actually. This is a bit ago, right? It was a bit ago. I did see that one. Collapse. Name of the game. Wouldn't it be very ironic and awkward when Overwatch and Marvel Rivals do collabs? Like, what are you talking about? They're each other. What I mean is, like, you know, it's like, oh, like, how would you be able to distinguish? Eventually, you're like, wait, am I playing Rivals or am I playing Overwatch? Where they just exchange skins with each other. Okay, well, hey, this character. Which characters do you think will get their skins? You mean the ones that match with their archetype? Oh man, it would be a mind blast if they decided to do a collab and they would do the Marvel heroes in different roles of the Overwatch characters. You would love to see what jabs they jokingly make at each other through voice lines and whatnot. Yeah, I know, right? That sounds like a win. That sounds like a very lucrative and also funny thing for both. But I don't know what the open relationship is with like the communities between Overwatch 2 and rivals and whatnot, because these type of things can create elitism a lot of times. Like, oh, this is just, this game is just a bad Warcraft or etc. So I'm not sure what the line is. I'm not too connected with the Overwatch community, like the greater Overwatch community, Marvel rivals. Like, oftentimes, if I had to be realistic about video games, when someone goes to replace a live service game, the last live service game is often viewed in a very terrible light. A lot. Yeah, you still alive. This game is better kind of talks about. Yes, because they're live service games. And, earlier I was talking about live service games. It's about a lifestyle choice. So oftentimes most people are going to see it as one is better than the other. It's a substitute because we're not playing both of those games. Realistically, it's very difficult to pick up more than one live service game. Does live service mean actively updating? Yes, basically. Yeah, it's a game that is supposed to be a lifestyle choice. So as in, the game doesn't end, and it's not manageable in a time frame. It's something that is a lifestyle choice, as in you play it habitually. So when you play it habitually, I refer to them as live service games. So any game that permits the consistent playing of the game into habit formation. So most live service games are viewed as one is the better. I have time for this and not this. Like, I go to this store because this store is closer and that store is not. So this store is better because it's closer and I go to it every day. Why go to the Starbucks that's five minutes walk this way as opposed to the Starbucks that is 30 minutes away? It's a live service thing where it's part of your life. So oftentimes the behavior corresponds with that. So oftentimes when people say, I'm playing Marvels, they would naturally then insist, where did you come from? It must have been so disagreeable that you have replaced it. I'm not saying it doesn't, there aren't people out there who juggle these games, but even among those who represent a larger genre, their daily drivers have to shift, right? If you want to continue Fortnite, you stay with Fortnite. But if you want to go to another BR, it requires your lifestyle to shift to another BR. So, and now we're talking about people who don't do it for a living. So typically that is the tough part. And it's a conversation that I know really, really well. Because again, I play Neverwinter. I still currently play Neverwinter. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Neverwinter's competitions back then, but generally speaking, like, this looks like World of Warcraft, which is not because it's an action RPG. But then you're like, okay, so what's other action RPGs? Elder Scroll Online. ESO. ESO would be the thing. What was the last FPS shooter you played and when was it? It was Overwatch. That was like 4 years ago or something. Something like that. The Goober got me to play Overwatch 2 briefly. It was okay. I mean, felt very similar, but I was a tank player, so it was bad. The tank player just gets gooned all over. You know? It's just, people are just teabagging you all the time because you're one tank and they just remove you. Did the comparison of Neverwinter die down after a while? It doesn't stop. I mean, obviously it only stopped for me because yeah, the tank player just, like, everyone just flies around and crush you. Like, the easiest way to get in the early days of Overwatch 2 because of the 5v5 format is take out the weakest link, right? Take out the link that has no backup. So you remove the weakest one, which is the tank, because there's no double. And it's kind of like the Trinity, right? Like a MMO Trinity. If a boss wants to win, you take out the weakest link. The weakest links are the ones that have the least replaceable or substitute. So you dismantle a team by the access point. So you remove the tank. You immediately remove the tank, and they're already playing at a dramatic deficit. And in the early days of Overwatch 2, the tank is not even close to compensated for being the only tank in the battle. So my first experience with Overwatch 2 was inherently extraordinarily negative. Like, what I mean by extraordinary negative is that take tanking as you have to take it with what it's understood. You try to take something down as quickly as possible. So like, you nail one, you know what it feels like? It feels like League of Legends. I know that sounds really crazy, but from a behavioral standpoint, I play the flex tank. I'm usually the jungler or the flexer. And usually the flexer is either the support or the tank who initiates. So in Overwatch, you initiate, you hope you can secure a team. You hope you can secure a kill on the pin, so you initiate onto something. And that used to be an old strategy in, Overwatch 2. I mean, Overwatch 1. It was harder to do it because when you pin and get an initiative, there's still an option to recover, right? Because you have doubles. But in this game, it's like League of Legends. You pin the one source. So you, as a jungler, you initiate onto the damage dealer because the DPS is the squishiest, and when you remove the damage dealer, it's hard to compensate for the lack of sustain. So as a tank, you're the only tank. So what happens is often you have an off tank, but even with that off tank situation, the tank must secure a kill at the sacrifice of their health. If they go down, they take someone down with them, and hopefully it's of a higher target. So in Overwatch 2, in the beginning, it's like, oh, I see the other tank player. I just nail the other tank player, and then both tank players are gone. And then it's up to the rest of the team. If you get lucky, you survive, or the other tank survives, that's unlucky, and then that's it. Like, because the most grounded target that you'll likely be able to hit as a tank is the other tank player. So you try to catch the other tank player out of position. And in League of Legends, in MOBA, when you're the tank player, you're constantly looking to catch the other team out of position. The moment you get a one-man advantage, especially in League of Legends, most of the roles are not overlapping. The support role sort of overlaps to compensate for a lack of a jungler, and then the mid lane is sort of kind of in situations a substitute for the for both, dependent on either the top lane or the DPS, right, the ADS. And the one that isn't compensated for is the roaming jungle. So when the roaming jungle is dead and like you initiate and you fail, then it'll freeze their roaming jungler to do whatever they want because they're uncontested, right? And oftentimes League of Legends has this spiraling effect because for the most part all lanes are uncontested once the member is lost. So you're focused on making picks early in the meta. In Overwatch 2 is in Overwatch original, it's very difficult to get a pick, but it is still possible. And oftentimes that's like Hail Mary shots into the corner or something, but most of the time they engage on their terms, right? The moment they have to engage is the objective game. The objective game forces the engagement. In Overwatch 2, it's like, I see a tank, I'm running at him. Like, if that tank is anywhere near the front line or like a little too hurry, I just initiate on them. Like, to heck with it. You get rid of the tank, you're one man up. And you're one man up on a role that doesn't exist. So they're gonna try to engage on you, right, as the tank, but then it leaves them vulnerable to the rest of your team. So in the beginning of Overwatch 2, I was like, all right, I mean, if I'm gonna get nailed over and over again and get bullied out of every single possible objective, I might as well just exchange my life for the other tank. And at least take out that tank on my terms, on the team's terms, so they would be first to attack their enemy tank instead of my tank. It was an entirely different posture. Like in 2v2, in the 6v6, you posture for better position. So you slowly move and posture for better position before you initiate. And usually it's a team on team initiation across the objectives. Now, in Overwatch 2, when you're playing the tank, it just feels like solo queue. Like it didn't even matter if you had a team or a team member. It just feels like solo queue. You're on your own. Like, if you think you're gonna get bullied, you're gonna get bullied. That's here. It's kind of like back in the really early Overwatch days, and you're stuck playing a Mercy. You're gonna get bullied. You just sit there and get bullied all day. That's by the way my first experience. The first experience to get to Masters is to be that Mercy that hides and then do a full team res after 3 or 4 ults are played. And then Mercy got reworked to invincible everything and totally rolled faces then as well. And then that yeah, I'll hide. Yeah, lots of Overwatch experience. Yeah, OG Mercy's res was insane. Why can't you redeem it? Someone already else used it. There's only one per day. Jack used it earlier. I only hydrate once a day. Protocol. I'm a plant. I'm a cactus plant. I only hydrate once a day. All right, calm down. Otherwise, I'll over watering the plants. All right. Anyways, I got quite a lot of stories about Overwatch. I played from beta till. What was the last thing that I remember? The floating robot lady. What's the floating robot lady name? The one that duplicates. Yeah, that's when I stopped. I don't know how long ago that was. Oh, it might have been Sigma. Either Sigma or the floating robot lady, whichever came later. I think it might be Sigma. Sigma might be the last hero. I used to collect achievements, especially the PvE achievements. and honestly, I was really excited about Overwatch 2, but I was on the side of the PvE things. Like I like PvE, PvEVP, PvPvE or PvEVP. I like that idea. You were gonna ask about something said a few streams ago. You said that when someone uses something like emotes over and over again, you find it becomes meaningless. Has me putting the lol emote because meaningless for you? Because I do use it when I make you laugh. Echo is the duplicate here. Oh, Echo. Oh, that makes sense why her name is Echo. It's round nose. No, I mean it's meaningless if you're only thinking about the context in which it is being used. But there's more context now than ever, right? When you know someone, most things are not meaningless, if you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to gather, but I think it's meaningless when there's no additional maturity of one's interaction with someone. Like, for example, it becomes meaningless when you stop learning more about that person, if you know what I mean. So like there's no growth between the two people. It's meaningless because with every additional use there's no growth of the emote. Like you could say, I don't know, a specific word. Well, what is a word that I use a lot of times? Presumption. I could use presumption over and over again, and then it becomes a characteristic of me. So then when you become How do you grow the use of an emote? The things you laugh about. So, when you laughed, I know which thing got you to laugh. You didn't laugh for the sake of laughing. Like, what I mean is, you didn't type it any, like, you're saying you're putting it very frequently, right? But you're not haphazardly making it meaningless. So you could put lol at the end of every single one of your sentences without me figuring out why that is. Then you can dilute the meaning of it. Like, there are individuals who place them at the end to make it a part of their identity. And then you hope that identity continues to grow, right? So you can effectively put something at the end of everything. However, if the relationship or the understanding of that person does not grow, then that meaning, that emote then becomes superficial. Like, it's no longer, it will continue to mean the same until the point of it disappears, sort of. It's kind of hard to illustrate in this case because we've already have a working communication relationship, so it's it would be very difficult for it to be meaningless otherwise. I think it's predicated on how meaningful the interaction is. Here's a fun little turn of perspective. If I manage to get you to feel that way, that means I'm becoming more consistently funny to you. So the meaning changed, if you know what I mean. Like, perhaps it's not meaningless that you've been putting the emote because it was prompted by something funny, as opposed to before where you didn't do that, which I don't really know if you did or did not. Personally, I already forgotten what I said was funny or not. I can tell you one thing. Bullying mercies, I'm telling you, back in the day, this is before I like really shared about the Overwatch thing. I'm telling you, if you bully a mercy, my hammer, my what is it called? What is the slam called? I will solo. Oh, what is it? I will solo. Yeah, what's Reinhardt's hammer ability called? I will solo knock you down and take you out for bullying my mercy. I'm telling you. You will get a solo ult to the face. Without question. If it's a Lucio, I will somehow launch myself into a wall and knock you down. I'm telling you. Oh no, I guess I would just switch to Diva and then bully the Lucio in return. Earth Shatter, that's right, Earth Shatter. Yeah, it's about sending a message. It's about sending a message. You know, you have this Genji that's constantly like bouncing around trying to chip the Mercy, get on Diva, and I'm just gonna dash right into the Genji's face and just shove him over and over again. It's like, yeah, you better get off Genji. I like 90% of my game time is either a tank or a support, so most of my commentary is going to be related to being a tank or a support. I had that Lucio hanging up in the air, right? Hanging up in the air trying to bop people off of what is the one stage with the pit? It's in the temple. I don't remember the names anymore. That's how fast memory slips. But they keep hanging up there. It's like, you know, get on Lucio and do the same thing back to them. Or just get on Diva and keep shoving your face into Lucio. I think the nice thing about being a tank is you can send a message, but you certainly can't do anything much about it other than sending them a message, you know? That's the message. gone are times. I still remember the times of launching Diva's ult into the air, and they're like, "Where is it? Where is it? It's above you guys. High ground advantage." Or what is it? Is it Studio 17 or like the American map where like you have the studio? You just chill up on top in the western, the western setup area. Oh, Route 76, yes. Oh wait, is that Route 76? Where they have like a western mock-up? And you just sit up there, and people just don't take the high ground most of the time. So you just sit there on Diva, it's like, I have an ult, guys. And then you just fly around to the back on the top. It's like, hey guys, you want to initiate now, right? So you don't say that, obviously. You just tell them by your actions. So you just send a Diva ult backwards. Oh, 66, Route 66. You climb to the back because Diva is pretty good. And then you just send an ult backwards. And then your team is moving forward, right? And there's an extra tank. So that's kind of like the nice thing about 66. You fly to the back, you send a Diva ult from the air onto the back. And then so while they're retreating, they would naturally turn around, but your team would be moving forward. So then they would all turn around and your team just steamrolls over them. And then you continue to escort the package. Only on offense, obviously, offense. When you're escorting. Overwatch was fun. I enjoyed Overwatch quite a bit. For your standard I've got what the oh my goodness, Route 60. If you add one more, 6's become 666 Blizzard is Santanic comfort. That's convenience. Protocol. I don't know if you know about Route 66, but Route 66 is a reference to Route 66 in the United States. It's the US. It's the US map. I don't know if they numbered Route 66 by that, but it's one of the like old transcontinental roads in the US. Yeah, it used. I'm not sure if it still is contiguous. I think it's historically, but I'm not sure if it's still maintained to this day to the point. But it's one of the most. It's the mother road. It's one of the most arguably one of the most historical roads across the United States. That made sense the moment you said Route 66. That makes sense. Funny. Do you have a road like that? I still remember in New Zealand it was pretty funny. It was Highway 1. New Zealand, you get very, very accustomed to like, oh yeah, Highway 1. Like I don't know, some very important road that maybe circumnavigates the UK or bridge. I don't know. Like I think New Zealand Highway 1 goes around the North Island. Route 66 is transcontinental. That's why Route 66 is often referred. It's across the United States. Makes it an iconic thing. Do you believe in any conspiracy theories, or does the nature of conspiracy theories make it something you wouldn't believe in? That's interesting. I like talking about conspiracy theories. Whether I believe them or not is kind of agnostic, because I neither believe nor you can neither confirm nor deny that they exist, or like they're accurate. I don't know, maybe the M11 motorway. Oh, that's interesting. Can you tell me a little bit about the M11 motorway? Hear me out here. I'm gonna kind of bend your question a little bit. It's a deflection. I don't really have a take on it, but I believe in theories. Theories are conspiracies until they are confirmed. So if you know what I mean. So what I mean is, most things are coincidences until they're not. To me, there's not a great differentiator in terms of outside of emotional baggage. Like outside of the emotional elements of the conspiracy in conspiracy theory, I don't necessarily think there's a large distinction between a theory and observing, like the act of observing or developing a conspiracy theory based on coincidences. That's what science is until it's confirmed. So I think conspiracy is a categorization of theories, and theories are what I like about conspiracy theories. The theory part, the theorizing part is the most interesting, right? Observing coincidences in the universe we live today is with the utmost interest to me, actually. In fact, you can honestly very loosely say that most of the stuff I talked about today during Wanikani and HanziHero are theories because they are observations of coincidences. So is there a conspiracy to, for example, and then you add an emotional baggage. So how to make it a conspiracy, in my opinion. This is a little bit of a rudimentary way or generality. In order to make my theories into conspiracy, I could say with all these coincidences, it shows that businesses are trying to brainwash their target consumers in order to have long, meaningful dependencies and sustainable opportunities to milk consumers on their dependency of their products. Then it becomes a conspiracy theory because there's an emotional baggage. There's a human motivation. There's an ad hominem meta to the theory. So in my way, I could say I typically avoid, for myself, I tend to avoid the flags of conspiracy, but still present theories, as in make observations that correlate with each other or correspond or coincide with each other. I sort of use them as a way to inform things with high repetition or sufficient enough sample size, but they are still can be turned into conspiracies. And conspiracies tend to be very emotionally weighted. So because I typically am the person I am, I'm fairly agnostic. So sometimes I might actually sound like I'm promoting some sort of coincidental conspiracy theory when I'm agnostic to whether it's conspiring or not. The only conspiracy theory you wouldn't be surprised if they were true is a lot of ones about the US government, as they seem to do a lot of shady off the book stuff. Conspiracy. Yes, they're conspiracy. Whether that's true or not. Your dog keeps barking. Biology's about life. How do I stop her barking? Biology is about life? Is biology about life? Huh. Isn't all science about life? I'm a little confused. Hear me out. Here's the joke. You just asked, how do you stop her barking? I think most scientists of different fields will give you a solution. Or propose a solution. So does that mean all of them are about life? Like, for example, I'll give one from a funny, like, engineering, maybe like physics point of view. Put on some ANS. Deal with it, Brokaw. But then a psychologist would tell you that's neglect. Surely as a biologist, you know how to stop a dog from barking. What's an ANS? Noise canceling. Noise canceling, ANS. So from a physics standpoint, you could use interference to cancel out the auditory nature of the sound, right? That's an option. As a chemist, you can probably use something to put your dog to sleep. I can think of a few things. Destructive interference. That's it. Yeah, and then biologists. I think we're talking more about a psychologist solution now, where like you give the dog something to eat and then associate it with being quiet. But then again, that could also then become philosophy and thinking about whether you're neglecting I don't know, where you're coercing, or maybe that's ethics. I'm not sure. Tell me how to stop her barking. Pavlov would have definitely some solutions for you. I think you're looking for psychology here. Or should we go with veterinary science? What field is veterinary science? Is that biology? Yes. Which, by the way, I'm being facetious, obviously. I'm making light of how categorization has made our life, have often the hyper-categorization of our language has made things convenient and also not convenient at the same time. It's funny. It's because your parents have gone on holiday and she always whines and barks when that happens. Oh, separation anxiety. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Don't you just have her sit on your lap or something? Yeah, it does happen. Yeah, separation anxiety is tough. You ever watch those videos of dog videos where they use, I don't know if your parents have this, but it's like a stopgap. It's not the greatest, but have like cameras, monitors, and then have their voice available. If you lock her in the garden, you probably won't hear her barking. Listen. Does your parents have any form of like way to cope with the separation anxiety? Oftentimes, technology has been a little bit more useful in this area where you have like monitors for where there's a cam feed and also like maybe a display for FaceTime, and you can have like the every once in a while you can have the person like a baby cam, but a high-tech baby cam where there's like a video feed of the dog, and then the dog might be able to see a display of the owner or something. That kind of alleviates some of the barking, and like this is now the quote-unquote serious talk, I suppose. Like this is not from a biology standpoint though, it's from a psychology standpoint where the dog you can provide the dog with either literal reminders of the owner, which dog monitors with like display tech or smartphone integration is a great way to offset the separation anxiety. Also, you could have her on your lap, but she's obese, so it would be a struggle. Oh, is she old? Oh, is she much older? Anyways, that's my hot take. If you want like a great way is to buy a gift for your folks. It's a proactive way. I would say one of those like doggy cams are, I think they're largely inexpensive, and they're built to not like, they're built to handle the punishment of pets being a little rough, but get it, rough. Aha, dogs. Sorry, rough. Anyways, to be honest, you hate smart devices, but you're not the one that's using it. No, she's young. You really hate how much your mom and stepdad overfed her. There's a technological solution for that as well. I know, but you hate smart devices, so there are some smart devices to help the dog offset the owner's predilection, like a time feeder, for example, and whatnot. you can use it as a way to like avoid overfeeding. For example, you could say, "Oh, hey, check this out, pa. Like this thing's cool because you know you could set this up and you won't have to worry about it, and then you advertise it as the convenience, but also it helps regulate. It removes some human propensities to overfeed and whatnot. So I don't own a dog, by the way. My thought was it's kind of neat. By the way, Computex happened before, like just recently, and I've been thinking about technologies that can be proactively used to manage things, and oftentimes lots of pet technologies, things that make the pet have a more consistent lifestyle, is a thing. It's definitely an active place of things, so you can remove some of the propensities of potential psychological and biological concerns of raising a pet. I know there's a dystopian conspiracy theorist somewhere out there spinning like, oh, kind of like how we offloaded all our children to smartphone tech, and now they don't even interact with their parents. And like, yeah, coincidences, but moderation, awareness. I know that's a dark turn, but I can tell you now, those comments are very valid. They are definitely certain concerns. So over convenience stuff. At the same time, like, it is interesting. The auto feeders are interesting tech too. Like the idea of integrating some sort of monitoring device for the dog along their collars and whatnot, in order to inform in a smart device that provides food and or activity levels, or like able to tell how active your dog is, right? So that's a thing, much like your wearable tech or human monitoring, right? Yeah, have you seen those live streams where you can donate to trigger the feeder? Yes, there are those things. There are also I think a particular favorite of mine is people who place cams on their pet to see where they go, like a cat, where like they have outdoor cats, right? Cats that roam outdoor and then come back, and they just put a cam on the cat and see what they're doing. That's kind of weird in a sense that you could think of ethical concerns and stuff, but yeah. I sent you a video of her. I do feel so bad when she gives me the upset look. Oh, okay. I'll have to take a look at that in... Wait, oh. Wait, she's obese? Really? She seems alright. Oh, is she like on the heavier side for her weight? No, that's like an adorable one. I see. She kind of looks like some sort of poodle mix, maybe. Short, stocky, a little stocky. Yeah, technology. Yeah, she's much above the recommended weight for her size. Okay. Poodle, Jack Russell, yep. I was gonna say maybe terrier. Actually, Jack Russells are terriers, aren't they? Is it called a Jack Russell Terrier? Yeah, Jack Russell Terrier, yep. Also, could you hear me Can you hear your voice? I didn't have the audio on so that it doesn't... Because it made that sound like a pirate. Oh, okay. I'll listen to it afterwards because I don't want to parade your voice unconditionally on stream. But yeah, usually by default the audio is really high, so we have it already in. Discord does this thing too, where you prevent things from suddenly turning audio. I'll listen to your pirate voice in a bit. All right. Let me do this review. She's adorable. I think the whole wearing tech thing sounds like something that both the parents and a pet can do together. Oh. Also, you could hear me voice in that video. Oh, okay. Oh, me voice? That just sounds like to me that sounds more like a whole Scottish thing going on. Closest, nearest neighbor. Like me boy. Me boy. Or maybe I'm getting them confused, so don't quote me on that. Alright, let's get on with this. Okay, to press on. Alright, so Master Chief is in the bathroom of. Oh, they do say that? Oh, okay. Sometimes I haven't heard a portrayal of a Scottish person in a while. Like, I haven't watched, oftentimes my biggest, we already exchanged topics about this, but most of the time is like Norse and or the Scandinavian English and Scottish Irish conflict is when I last hear these type of things, but it's been a while since and Vinland Saga doesn't do that in their English stuff, despite the localization. We've got a question that will likely take you an hour to answer. Okay, we'll answer it in like 10 minutes. I got shorter versions. Answer it. I think we're waving Clear Obscure today. That's perfectly fine. I was gonna try to get to the English end of Clear Obscured, but I don't want to extend myself. Yeah, I was joking. You said let's get back to studying quite a few times now. Oh, I know. I know. Today, by the way, like we're not gonna get back to studying. Like here's something that I haven't talked about today. The roof got replaced. So this house has a 60-year-old roof, and then I was looking over like the cost of roof replacement and whatnot because my father hired someone, and he wanted me to check with the itemization of charges and whatnot, and I was trying to. I sleep really late. I sleep like at 7 a.m. in the morning or 8 a.m. in the morning. They started working on the roof when I went to bed, or a little before when I went to bed. So it was an interesting experience. I had earplugs in, of course, to block the high frequency thing, and the vibration. There was a lot of vibration. It kind of felt nice. Why do the roof is the shingles are coming off? Like they're really weathered. Usually roofs are like every 50 years or so, at least in this particular climate that we live in. Do you play a noise in your earphones to cancel out the high frequency? No, I just play some earplugs. It wasn't that bad. It was more like the rumbling and the feel, but they were very efficient. It took them one work day to replace. Although the house it's not the largest house. The roofing is not large, but yeah, it's a very old roof. So we replaced it. My father said like 4 days ago, he's like, "Oh, here's the thing for the roof," and then he like. I didn't ask for an explanation, but he's like, "Oh yeah, the things are flying off." I'm like, "What things?" Those are his words. He used like he painted a funny. I'm not sure if that's how the Chinese works out, but he basically said the shingles are flying off. Like Like all I can imagine is it gets windy and then one of the panels just one of the little like things just fly off the roof. Like I didn't notice that. But I think he was exaggerating. We own the house, yeah. Have you paid the mortgage? We've owned this house since my family owns all the they don't finance anything. My parents are they fear of finance. Yeah, you said your mortgage, as in a y'all mortgage, because I don't technically own the house. I don't technically own the house. Although no wait. Maybe I technically own the house. I don't really know what the title says. Who's on the title? Legal matters, legalese. Do you pay any of the mortgage? No, we don't have mortgage. Did I? Hard to tell. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. Or bills? Also hard to tell. It's kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes not. Hard to tell. So yes, sometimes, and no, sometimes. Yeah. It's been a while, Rokal. It's been a while. Financing is not a thing. Although my parents had like business ventures before, like they owned real estate before with a family member. And that's since been like nah. So how does your family decide who will pay the bill each month? Automated. As long as a primary bank account is drawing things, I check on the bills, make sure the bills are adequate, and we fill the bank account. Parents' finances are all over the place. Like for example, whatever is convenient. Like if my parents need something purchased, and it's faster to just purchase it on Amazon, I just buy it. Like for example, if we need something and the service is something that is quicker online, then I pay for it. Because it's faster to transact online with my established accounts, not my parents. So sometimes like my father is like, oh hey, the car needs more filters and we need to set a schedule for the service for this. Like, okay. Is it more common in Eastern cultures to treat finance as a collective family rather than strict separation of finances? I think so. I would say so. However, since I live in the United States, it's hard to remember who's paying for what because it is a strict finance thing. So like, for example, when tax season comes along, I'm the middleman to mediate the tax stuff. Or like this coming up, we're gonna migrate like phone plans and stuff because we want to renew all the smartphones. So I take care of that. Because it's faster, it's more convenient. It also goes to say that nearly every family member is self-sufficient in finances. In fact, my parents and I take care of some of my sister's finances. Are you the middleman so you can pay less tax? Oh no. We file separately. I'm the middleman that files them to their tax person, and I do my own taxes for myself. And then my sister does a separate filing with that tax service, that tax agent that my parents have, but I'm the middleman to funnel all the documents to that tax person. It's complicated, but it's not that complicated. You're just passing along documents. So for example, there's another thing. I am the reference person for all insurance claims and billing and scheduling for all their like medical stuff. Because I'm around. So whenever over time, whenever we have a new specialist or some sort of like cardiologist or something, at some point there's an addendum added to the authority so that I have the power of attorney as a way to take care of those things. So like when things are overdrafts or maybe there was some sort of hiccup in finances, I would be the default. I would get it would default to me. That kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure how common it is, obviously, because this is more of a American thing. Being Chinese, my parents being Chinese, and I'm, culturally inheritant of my parents' responsibilities, but we operate in the United States. So I can't tell you if in China it's different because I don't know if that's even a legal thing. Like, I'm not even sure how legalities work in Chinese, like how binding contracts work and whatnot. But I have the power of attorney in the United States for my parents. So I'm a lot of the responsibility is technically mine. But usually most of these things are already handled. Like what I mean is they monitor themselves and then I'm responsible for the upkeep and the updates and the contacts and whatnot. So not too bad. It's kind of been that case since I was younger, but I wasn't old enough to have the power of attorney. I'm not sure of how UK does it. I'm not sure. Do you have like some sort of like you're a bit younger and your parents are quite younger as eventually, like maybe in another 10 or 20 years, typically your parents will start to concern themselves with their power of attorney, or like in the United States, if you were in the United States, where if they lose the capacity to make rational decisions or have other things, the next of kin is typically the one designated by default, or you can formally do it. What does it mean that you have the power of attorney? I can make legal decisions for my parents in many cases, and you need a different type of power of attorney for each one. So, like for example, executing their will and like their medical services, their emergency medical services, if something goes wrong in health and whatnot, I typically am the person with the power of attorney to make those decisions for them. So those things have come up a lot more now that I am growing in advanced age, right? In fact, I don't know how excellent my health is. So I haven't asked my sister or someone else in case I fail. Like, so I mean, like it is a little bit early, but my life, my like assets and whatnot are substantial in the sense that it could be useful to have a backup, like someone in case I'm incapacitated, right? So you can't really be too safe, but I think that's more of an Eastern culture thing. Lots of people are like, I'm 40, I'm healthy, like for example, I haven't decided if I haven't wrote a will yet. I don't know if you're really young, Procol, so like I'm not sure if you think about these things, but I'm about to approach my 40s and I'm thinking maybe I should start writing a will and also consider like taking out a deposit on a life insurance policy or something, because things happen and I'm not that young anymore. And you might be thinking, some people might be thinking, but you're only 40. Like, listen, I was born 60, so I might as well be 110 now. When I was 10, I was thinking about apartment rents and bills. I'm like thinking about apartments and bills and college education when I was 10 to 13 years old. It checks out that I'm still 10 to 20 years ahead. I I have already settled on the idea that I'm in an indefinite status of retirement right now. So if there's anything to think about is to secure whatever family member I have, and it's my sister. My sister is the next of kin, right? And the question is, who is more likely to outlive who? I think my sister will outlive me. In both statistics and whatnot, I think my sister will outlive me. So at the same time, I don't have any family. So hopefully how young you look for your age is indicative of how far through life. Yeah, man. If only that were true, right? If only that were true. The reason why I say that is corollarily, there's no correlation between someone's outer physical appearance and their internal health. Very, very beautifully wonderful looking human beings can drop dead with a heart attack. Here's some dark jokes from comedians who really know. Like, when you're hitting 40, you're in the pretensive stage. So when you hit 50, you're like, 20% chance of dropping dead. And then when you're hitting 60 as a man, right, as a male, physiologically in like the United States, especially statistically, when you're around 60, you're gonna start wondering when you're just gonna suddenly not wake up one day because of heart disease. And my father actually has heart disease. Like he already had a heart attack before, so it's not like genetics can't necessarily compensate for a lot of things that deal with the environmental. Yeah, there's a long story behind my father's heart attack. I only found out after he was released from hospital. He recovered all right. After a heart attack, your heart doesn't really do the same anymore. It's functional. It's serviceable. I mean, he was a chronic smoker, right, as well. Prior to the heart attack, he was a chronic smoker. Male Asian. What it's like to have a male father from an Eastern culture, smoker. They really didn't keep you in the loop with that one. No, yeah. Which, by the way, that is also, it's easy to remember when he had a heart attack. It was the day I passed my oral exam to be a graduate, to be a PhD candidate. It's like that one big exam next to the last exam. It's like the end of the second year. That was the day. That was the weekend. And then my sister was still here. This is before she have her current position. They told me after he was released from the hospital that he had a heart attack. Yeah, that's an Eastern culture thing, by the way. So I don't know if that can be a very sticky situation. There is a movie that I would suggest you watch if you're interested in that. It's actually one of the ones where I quite like Aquafina in. Before they put her in everything, and then it just felt awkward. It's called. I forgot what the name they renamed it. It's translated. I keep forgetting what it's called. Hold. The Farewell. It's called The Farewell. It's translated to The Farewell. It's it deals with the American Asian American dynamics when it comes to this very topic, and it's distributed by A24, the indie artsy publisher. Whenever you see an A24 logo, it's going to be about life, and it's going to be about a tough topic. So this one deals with a terminally ill family member, and the Asian Americans tend to have an internal conflict because Western society tends to want people to know, and then Eastern society has this a bit of a spiritualism or a thing about keeping someone happy as opposed to carrying the burden of knowing the truth. So that's kind of a movie that really illustrates a lot of the Asian American dynamics when it comes to these things. Like my parents, all they're talking about is like, okay, so we got some life insurance and we might as well roll all these titles to you because we're gonna drop dead eventually. And I'm like, oh great, thanks. And in the United States, you're or a Westerner would say, oh no, that's nonsense. 60 is the new 40. Or 60 is the new 40. Or nah, you got like 30 years. It's like, no, really, you're like, oh okay, like let's get it done. That's kind of like one of the biggest dynamic changes about like the inevitability of life events. So it can be a little bit distraught and maybe slightly unfilling from an outside perspective. But for myself, I'm like, I'm 40. I'm about to approach 40. If I can do certain things to ensure the posterity of whatever I have left over, I can try to do that. There's no time like soon. It's not to say that my outlook is negative. I don't necessarily have outlook. Have I seen the short film Flow? I have not yet. I've not seen the short film Flow. You're talking about the hybrid animated no audio, no vocalization animal video, right? Featuring the cat. Yeah, I have not seen it yet. I kept telling myself I was going to watch it, but I have not seen it yet. If that's the one you're referring to. I did watch something like that, Wild Robot, recently. Your dad showed it to you and you really liked it? Try Wild Robot. Wild Robot also has like speaking and stuff, but it is very similar time frame as well. And they both execute on a thing that you'll probably enjoy. Because you have talked about environment a lot. Wild Robot has an environment spin on it as well. And it takes a Wall-E kind of approach a little bit. And it also uses a hybrid animation style as well. Those two were very close together actually, Flow and Wild Robot. Yeah. All right. 4 hours later, now we're gonna do our studies. I've abandoned the Clear Obscure thing today, so it opens up a lot of room. Clear Obscure was gonna take like 3 or 4 hours, so we liberated that time. All right. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll probably watch it this evening. It's a good time to watch it. I liked it before I even liked it. Well, typically movies like that, I like it before I like it. They pander to me, without saying too much. Movies like that pander to me. I didn't hear me out. I know a lot of times I have this emphasis of like, oh, I watch things because other people watch things because I want to be surprised or like try to at least have up the chances of being surprised or pleasantly surprised. That's why I always listen to other people's thing. But I do watch guilty pleasure things. Like things do pander to me. I just don't watch them as frequently because becoming reliant on that means that I've run out of things that interest me from other people. So Flow is one of them. That's why I don't like rush or I'm not up to date to a lot of those. Flow is an indie darling of recent years. It garnered a lot of let's just say the artistic stuff, right? But it doesn't shock and awe the popular things. Clear Obscure is an exception when it comes to video games. Like it's one of a rare exception. So that's kind of neat when all the stars align, right? Conspiracy theories abode. Perhaps Ubisoft, people who worked at Ubisoft always had the ingenious, but the publication executives kept it all down. Maybe, I don't know. He doesn't work. That person doesn't work at Ubisoft anymore. But that, we were talking about conspiracy theories. But if you're ever curious, I do watch a lot of things that pander to me, that I know quite a lot about. However, I don't like. I try not to be too gluttonous. It dulls it can dull enjoyment. Yeah, moderation, right? Even creatively, moderation. Flow is a guilty pleasure. Flow is most definitely a guilty pleasure. What's another one? Like the recent Puss in Boots, that use hybrid animation. I'm a sucker for hybrid animation. Maybe like Spider-Verse stuff, like all the Spider-Verse, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie, the hybrid one, the hybrid animation. I like hybrid animation styles. They're really really artsy fartsy. I say this occasionally, and I like A24 stuff. Everything that is artsy fartsy makes you have to have a very mature palate for them. And by mature palate, I don't mean it's good or bad. I mean if it's your cup of tea, so to speak. You feel me, mon ami? No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to throw it in because every time I say cup of tea, I want to say mon ami because of Esquier from The Obscure. Sorry. Esquier joke. Esquier joke. Not a French joke now. It's a Esquier joke. He says mon ami and they say mes amis all the time for like friend. In different endearment contexts. And then I am pretty sure the other two are supposed to be swear words. One is probably oh crap, and the other one is the F word probably. Because when the English dub rolled around, it's like, oh, okay, yes, makes sense. So I'm pretty sure one of them. I've never heard a French person say either of those words, so I in my life I have been around 2 or 3 French people, and they're older gentlemen and they tend to be very professional people. I'm not saying you can't swear when you're professional, but oftentimes the frequency is a lot less when it comes to casual conversations. Very calm people. I have very calm people. Oh, by the way, if you're very curious about do I have friends that swear? Actually, it's funny you say that because if there are any people who are vulgar, like use those words in like a clever or funny way, they are my best friends. And the ones that would more likely be more casual, they actually don't use swear words. So the ones that you would expect that would less likely use swear words, they use swear words. They use them to a very effective state. I don't typically. I'm that guy that some people might laugh because it's kind of like a kid trying to swear but trying to sound angry, but it only comes out like a baby cat. It's one of those situations where someone would roar like a lion and I would meow like a cat. That's kind of how I am with swearing. Like if I try to insult someone, it comes off as very awkward. But it also de-escalates most of the time. Maybe that's also a secret hidden agenda that I have. My propensity to de-escalate by making myself the butt end of a joke or something like that. But yeah, I'm like, I'm that guy, like, your face looks like it belongs in a museum. I don't know. I can't even think of good comebacks. Where like like I'll show you a whistle. I don't know. That's usually how I go about things. And in general, though, I would say it's very difficult to find the friends around me that openly insult people. They are critical about people's work, but they rarely insult people. And that's one of the things that I've come to unify most of my friends. They don't attack people. They can be very critical and attack the things people do, but not the people themselves. Because sometimes humans are dynamic. They change, or we like to think there is redemption and, you know, potential. So it's been a very long time, although it can be very difficult to hear my friends be really upset with someone, like based on a character. So when my friends say they find someone really disagreeable, it's difficult for me to empathize with them. At the same time, it also means they must find them really disagreeable. It's so tough to hear my friends be upset about someone, like the person's character themselves. And even then, when they're expressing their disagreements, it can be a little awkward. It's almost like they don't want to. They really try not to. And for myself, the sky's the limit for me. It's so difficult for me to compel myself to want to attack someone's nature. I can definitely be critical and attack someone or like aggressively criticize someone for their actions, but not their value and existence as a person. So my friends that I surround myself with also have that really high propensity. Like, you'll probably be able to hear it where you hear more exceptions and ways to soften the attack on someone's character than the actual attack itself. For example, I would say something to you like, I don't want to come off as very direct, or I understand that there are a lot of circumstances, so that's what it sounds like. And then finally, after like 5 minutes of disclosure and compensation, they would say, I find that you're acting in a very disagreeable way. And sorry if this is too direct, but they could end up spending like 10 minutes trying to save the face of the person they're criticizing for their character. And then when they say it, it's as softened as possible. So that's kind of one of the telltale signs of the type of people that I'm around. It is very difficult for me to attack someone's like worth as a person. Meanwhile, I think the vast majority of my interactions online are people who attack the person before they evaluate their actions. That's the world we live in. At least the world I stream to, and the world I share my public opinions with. It is far, far more common nowadays among a specific group to normalize attacking a person's character without knowing what their actions are, because they don't have time to deal with the actions. They use presumption, generalities to do that. And it's possible. It's very possible and statistically consistent, because the internet makes it consistent, in my opinion. It's a consequence of algorithm-based behavior. If someone likes, for example, if someone likes to draw a certain thing, then they are associated with another certain thing. And to remove that, you don't have to literally confirm that they do it. They just do. So it's to the point where you can even gaslight yourself or gaslight someone else into believing that is true. You decked one of your old friends when he made fun of someone syndrome to their face. Yeah, that's a touchy subject. And I would say in that situation, I would voice my disagreements very strongly. However, to someone who can do that, it would probably be not as effective. Although I could attempt to paint a situation that makes it relatable to them. Usually, and this might sound even more malicious, and I take it with a grain of salt. Sometimes I actually feel that I may be more malicious than a person who just decks him, because if I need to get someone to stand down or like reconsider things, I think one way I would if I have to do it, right, to reprimand them, I would probably attack them emotionally. Like emotionally, in the sense of I would use the information that we know to perform to instill guilt. And I don't usually do that most of the time. But sometimes if there's like a really extenuating circumstances, that's kind of why I tend to voice my disagreements a lot of times strongly at people who have the capacity to do that. I think you can strip someone down very, very effectively in the modern age, in like this particular age, because largely the softest thing you can do is probably take a physical altercation. Yeah, that's fair. To be honest, your reaction to him doing that wasn't thought out much. It's more of an emotional reaction. Yeah. Like, for example, someone asked, a lot of times people ask me like what my pet peeves are, right? Or like what makes you upset or something like that, because I often voice, it's easier to list the things that upset me than the things that don't upset me. Largely because the things that upset me are far and few. And one of the things is the abuse of power, like the abuse of influence. And one thing you can definitely do with someone who, I say this lightheartedly as not trying to criticize people's character. Generally speaking, the ones, I like to believe this is true, conspiracy theory or not, that the ones that are very effective at destroying and manipulating people because they are skilled at it, I like to believe those human beings are also very cognizant of how dangerous that is. You know, with great power comes great responsibility thing. And those who do it as a living and stuff tend to be individuals who may not necessarily be the most apt at doing it. So like, for example, like extortion, coercion, gaslighting, like these are real things, like grooming, like these, I like to believe that. And for myself, whether I'm good or not at doing this, like manipulating people, I think the one thing that I can always rest assured is that it's an oxymoron for me. If I am indeed very effective at manipulating people's emotions or whatnot, they are only used in the most dire situations. I don't ever trivialize or attempt to trivialize, because there are far more things that you can destroy in a human being than giving him a bruise in the face or giving the person a bruise in the face. You can strip the person down of their identity, which is, in my opinion, the scariest thing I can think of. Like, you can recover from a lump on your face. Maybe. Like, it could create some trauma. But you can deliberately traumatize someone and they can never recover again. And this person could be like incredibly healthy, like, you know, situations on the internet. It's shocking how much negligence can deal lifelong consequences to youth and whatnot. But those are unintentional. they're acts of negligence. However, someone who has an exceptional command of, and also mix it with the form of opportunity, they can affect whole generations without them even knowing. Like, I like to believe most of these situations that sound very familiar are due to negligence and like emergence, not deliberate things. For example, gotcha games, gambling, social media addiction, doom scrolling, brain rot, all these things. I like to continue to believe and voice that these are emergent issues, as in things that became an unsuspected consequence of people who know that they were trying to do something better, but it came out as a side effect, like an unforeseen consequence. And that's why I focus on speaking about them most of the time. Like today, I spent like 2 or 3 hours talking about habit formation and associating things in the most constructive way I can. But generally speaking, I don't want it to be an attack on people's character. Now, I could be incredibly naive, and you can spin your conspiracy theories about this, because when you put an element, was that when you first came in? Yeah, about the guy, about Bill having trouble sitting down and consuming something for more than an hour, and you're used to playing online games and turning off your brain because it's easy, that kind of thing. I like to think that I like to think that most people who came up with video games, the live service models, were doing things in their interest and not necessarily doing it because they are fully cognizant of the consequences of conditioning a whole generation of people to become dependent on being unable to do something because it's opportunities for them. This sounds like I'm talking around the bush, like beating around the bush and trying to be politically agreeable, because I don't want it to make it sound like they are malicious. Sometimes when you want to make money, right, or you want to do something well, consequences happen that are unforeseen. Now, it is possible that they could have thought of these consequences. However, humans, what was that saying? Something like hindsight. Yeah, hindsight's only 20/20. So most of the things that I'm saying now, it's easy, like I mentioned before as a counter argument to some of the things you say, Procol. It's easy to say after the fact that these things are easily lining up, right? Like, oh, okay, gotcha games were bad because it was predatorial, the way it was advertised, right? And it creates a gambling addiction. And then now we can say after the fact, oh yeah, doom scrolling has replaced. So all of these things are what I would do as quote unquote in science, where a thing is observed and then you make a post facto, after the fact observation. However, when we talk about motivations, people's motivations, it's very difficult to know what are people's motivations. The difference here is on the internet world, the motivations are the main explainers for the actions they observe. So it's after the fact, and then it's prescribed before the fact in retrospect. So here's a great example. This person made $1 million. Obviously, he's the greedy person because he made $1 million knowing that his invention would cause climate change. Right? Like you mentioned, also like climate change. No, that's a very, very touchy and very fallacious form of logic. You know now, but it's very difficult to ascertain from what you know now to derive the motivations and the situations that promoted the invention of the thing before. So things like, oh, hey, who knew that, like for example, being angry at whoever constructed TikTok for the state of your child being dependent on doom scrolling on TikTok, that is retroactive. Like, you're taking what you know now observingly and taking it out of context for what was the original motivation for the time of its creation, right? It's a thing that's out of place, out of time, but that is not taking into account time and the order of things. Like, I think etymology in language is a great example, and I'm terrible with etymology. I'm actually not that too invested in etymology, but you could make arguments in language like, hey, there's a word for this. Why did they come up with like 7 other ways to say the same exact thing? Why is that even a thing? Like, the motivations. The thing is, it's difficult to see that after the fact. So I think, in my opinion, that is what I usually say is a leap of logic. I would say over 60%, maybe like pushing 70. A lot of initial icebreakers or conversations I have with other people's opinions is that their opinions are formed by after the fact observations and then dispelling the opinion in time. I think you're saying, I think in my opinion is a tautology. What do you mean by that? I don't know. The saying of the same thing twice in different words generally considered to be a fault of style. They arrive one after the other. I think it implies it's your opinion. I'm not sure what you mean. A statement that is true by necessarily or by virtue of its logical form. A phrase or expression in which the same thing is said twice in different words. All of the evidence in support of these claims boil down to tautologies and secular rational. If you say I think, then you're saying that's your opinion. It is a tautology. Yeah, it is a tautology. That would be a way to say that, in a way, but that's also missing the point. Tautology would, like, I agree with you. That fits the definition. But I don't know if you know what I mean when I say I think, in my opinion. That is verbal communication. So there's a difference between when I say I think and I think in my opinion. Now, while it can be a tautology as in, oh, it's inferred that I think is my opinion, you're assuming that whatever I think is also of my own opinion. That's not true. There are things that I think about that lines up with other people's opinions. I'm going to interpret this interaction as me showing I'm smarter than you and therefore I'm mentally weak. That's fair enough. No, so like let me explain when I say in my opinion and what I think. I don't clarify this, by the way, so it's very much a tautology. Based on what I read there on the Google search. When I say I think, it can line up with other people's opinions. And then when I say I think in my opinion, I'm unsure if this may line up with other people's opinions. So it's a personal statement. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, but if you know what I mean. So you know how people say to be honest or honestly. That is what I'm using in my opinion for. When I say I think, there's an active generalization because it can be other people's opinions as well. Like, I think that the general consensus is this. I think, in my opinion, this is the case. So you can think of my opinion, or I can think of other people's opinions. Yeah, I get that. It does serve a different purpose to say I think in my opinion instead of I think. Yeah. But you can also say I think because it's a representative of a whole, which is what the internet usually do. Like, I think this is the right answer. They're referring to you and the internet. Like, they're referring to them and the internet, not I think in my opinion. So oftentimes people use like to be honest, like TBH. Then you're saying in my opinion, I think, or I think in my opinion. So that's probably. And here's another thing. Most people also use we think, but often they mean we think, but in my opinion. So like it's their opinion that they think something, but it's only oftentimes it's a representation of their own opinion, not the collective. In that example of I think the general consensus is, then your thoughts are the senses is your opinion. Your thoughts on the senses is your opinion. I think the general consensus. Your thoughts on the senses is your opinion. That would be tough for what follows. Because if I say I think the general consensus is people like this stuff. Now you're, in my opinion, you're gonna have an ambiguity now. What did you think I say? What did you think I meant then? I think the general consensus is that people think this is a good game. It's a fine to me. I'm speaking like if I were to interpret someone saying that, I would probably think of it a specific way than the way that you're thinking about it. Largely because it would create a misunderstanding. And this isn't proper English. Like, we're not talking about like proper English. I think grammatically, I think the general consensus would be not an opinion, but a thought. You're trying to make a statement about an opinion, not an opinion about the opinion. This may be a negative, but even if you can say, see the ratings of a game, your perception of that is still subjective. It's just your opinion. There's a difference between having an opinion on something than observing what you might think is true. Like, you could say, like, okay, so you're going really deep. So, if you're saying that our perception is always subjective, then you can no longer be objective about the statement you just made. So your statement, it can never be accurate because you no longer have an opinion. How would I define an opinion? It's a particular based observation in trying to portray, right? Like, it's trying to portray your, like, what's a great way to say? If I have an opinion, I will elicit a spin on something that I objectively know can be counter-argued. So, for example, I could say this game is good. That is my opinion. I could say, I think this game is 58 hours long. That's not an opinion. That's trying to make it a statement about something that could possibly be objective, but you don't know what it is. There's a bit of uncertainty. You're not saying the game is long or short. You're saying the game may be 58 hours. If you don't believe that, then whatever you said is untrue. Because you can't say it. It's just your opinion. Your perception of that is still subjective and just your opinion. Well, it defeats its own argument. Your perception of that still subject is just your opinion, and it is still just your opinion, so you can't say that. It's your opinion. So whatever you say is no longer right or wrong. Like, even if you wanted to be objective about it, you can't say any of that because it's your opinion, if it's your perception of a fact. Trying to be factual about a statement, I'm trying to state someone's other's opinions, but there's a chance it's incorrect. So that's not my opinion. It's to elicit the possibility that I might not be correct. So I think the general consensus is that this game is good. So I'm really thinking about, I may or may not be inaccurate about the general consensus. I'm not expressing an opinion. I didn't say that I agree with them or disagree with them, or I am part of the general consensus. So oftentimes I distinguish between that. Like, oh, someone told me they like this game. I think someone told me yesterday that they like this game. Now, someone did tell me at one point they like this game, but I don't remember when. That's not an opinion. That is, it happened. I just don't remember when it happened. So there's no opinion given. Like this, it's this person's opinion. This person thinks the game is good. I don't have an opinion on the game. And then when I say, I think in my opinion, this game is good, then I'm specifically talking about my opinion and not someone else's opinion. And I think this game is good overall. I'm more talking about possibly other people's opinions too. Other people can agree with my opinion if they, like, I found maybe other people. And then some other people would say, we think this game is good. And we, then I would ask, who are we? Like, who are your we? So that's kind of a little stickler. I think I make it more confusing that way, where if I say we think this game is good, I would spend a lot of time explaining who we are, and I can't speak for other people. So oftentimes I would say, I think this game is good in general. And then that leaves the opportunity that other people that I know might have agreed with me. But if I'm saying, I think in my opinion, this game is good, I'm only saying myself. I actually have no general impressions of other people at all. And then I don't use we think this is good unless I'm literally referring to the people I can identify. So I don't identify as a group of people that I have no responsibility for. So oftentimes when people say, oh yeah, we do this, and I'm like, you and whose army? It's like, oh, you know, we Chinese people say this. And I'm like, so I guess I'm not part of the we. That's the problem with that's what I refrain from doing, because I don't want to say we, in my opinion, we as Asian Americans or American born Chinese do this. I would typically say, I think American born Chinese tend to do these things. And then if I'm talking about specifically myself, in my opinion, I do the following. Or I think I do the following kind of thing. But yes, I still agree with you that it's a tautology. That's kind of funny though. I've never had a formal definition of tautology. I'll have to keep that in mind. The way I thought about a tautology is I think redundancy. Redundancy, right? What is a great way? Like, it's redundant. I'm saying the same thing twice. Is what the tautology is for. Which is interesting. I wonder if people who think about tautology use it functionally. Personally, again, personally is another way I say, in my opinion. Personally, I do not intend to use it as a tautology, but it is most definitely fits the criteria of a tautology. Which I really like the word now. What's another phrase? I would say a turn of phrase. Yeah, a turn of phrase is the other way I would say things. So, in my opinion, is a turn of phrase that is constantly used in science. In, like, for example, it's not of the group, the scientific community, but this particularly is my opinion on the matter, right? And it ends up being a turn of phrase for a manner of saying to be honest. I think that's the closest thing that I would say. So whenever you have a tendency to say TBH, are you saying just you because you don't want to be held accountable for other people? Or when you make a statement, is there a way you're differentiating the difference between your opinion or the opinion of others in which you're trying to communicate, right? And I think you pointed out a really great example of where I might mislead people. Perhaps I'll be a little bit more clear next time. Because one of the deficiencies that I have in terms of overcoming some miscommunication is often I don't share my own experience, my own opinion. Like, by default, I don't actually share my own opinion. So whenever I say something like, well, this particular thing is fairly well known that there's a high tendency between A and B. Oftentimes that is not of my own opinion. It's of other people's opinions and other people's data, because I don't collect the data. Sometimes, occasionally, I would do like a hand wavy disclaimer. Like, again, I don't have scientific evidence, but I like to think, in my opinion, that this is the case. This is like the relationship between the two. Interesting though. Interesting. The funny thing is, I don't know how you would argue out of your perception of that is still subjective and just your opinion. Like, what I mean is, your statement there, if I hold that to be true, right? Then your statement about that statement is also subjective and not true. It's just your opinion. So that ends up being a cyclic argument. So your perception is that you may be nitpicky, and that the perception of still subjective is still your opinion. So there's nothing that you can validate it anymore. And the weird part is, then what is objectivity? Like, I don't know how to argue objectivity anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I see 4 apples on my desk right now. That is your perception, so that would be subjective. It's your opinion that there are 4 apples on the table, and yet it's very difficult to see it as an opinion when you're stating something you observe. So I don't know. That's a good point. I would probably ask who should you ask for this? Maybe like a logical systems expert or a philosopher, perhaps. Kind of one of those things. Oh, what is that stereotypical philosopher thing? Like, is the apple there? Is it really there, or is it there? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're holding up an apple and like, what do you think this is? And then one person could say, well, you perceive that there's an apple there, but I could perceive that the apple isn't there, versus there's an apple. That's pretty good. I hope you don't lose any sleep over this pro call. Oh no, you know what? I hope you dream about your cyclic argument, okay? I hope it feeds you. No, I'm kidding. I don't know where I'm going with that. I was trying to be like malicious and I don't know where I was going. I hope it haunts you for the rest of your like I hope it like I'm more speechless. I sound very incoherent. I'm not gonna try. I can't string words together that sounds, you know, those moments where like, oh darn, like, oh that's burn, you know, like you burn someone, right? I can't string together improvisational insults or something like facetious right away. It would have to happen again. So oftentimes it's kind of like a comedian who's trying to do improv, but they suck at improv. So they would practice as many permutations as possible to make it seem like it's improv, but it's not. That's probably me. I'm more the person who has rehearsed something so much that it can come off as something improvisational, but it's not. And that comes with insults, like the Duolingo thing, immersion, which is what I used with SD, so that type of thing. Friends, I can be clever and quippy with friends because I know them long enough that I have enough material in which I wait for the thing to happen. You see how that's working out? I think to strangers, I will not be able to do it. It will not happen very often because doing quippy things to a stranger is like telling myself, how do you know? How do you know they're going to find it funny? Much like your reaction with you were happy that I took it as a joke as opposed to like, that's what I think about. That's probably one of the biggest stopgaps in actually telling jokes in the first place. Like maybe there's a commonality there. People don't tell jokes if they're so commonly worried if they about the other person. I tell jokes after I can confirm that the other person finds it funny, and then I do a permutation on the joke. Like if someone said a skippity toilet in a really weird context, I would deliberately use it in a situation that is slightly awkward to make it funny. That's what I do. I would take someone else's joke. That's why I'm not a comedian, by the way. I would totally get sued by other people. But I typically take other people's examples of humor and iterate on it. Because I'm not a funny person. Okay. Alright, we're done. 4 hours later, we're done. Alright. Now we're gonna get to this. Okay. Totally worth the time. You're getting too deep. Oh, call. Pull out. That's not meant to be lewd. I just realized how lewd that was. But you got too deep with the subjectivity, your perception of and subjectivity. Too deep. You're gonna sit there questioning your own existence eventually. Like, I thought about this joke a lot of times. You know, those skits where is this cup really here, Procol? What kind of movies? You know, those television shows where one of the butting end jokes about philosophy class is like you imagine this incredibly like weird, lofty sounding guy, and he would be like holding up an object. Is the cup really there? And it would like pan a shot to the classrooms like, what do you mean that's a cup? Like, what do you want? It's a cup. It's like, but is it really there? I used to find some of that stuff super funny because I had like this one track mind. Like, well, you can observe, like, if 10 people think the cup is there, then it's there, right? And that's and the person, but that is the opinion of the 10 people. What if I said the cup isn't there? Does that make it so that the 10 people's opinions are just a subjective perception of the cup that is actually not there? I'm like, well, I think science have a very, very hard problem with that possibility. Like, if 9 people, if 9 people die of old age, and one person believed that they were young when they died, does that mean old age is not the cause of death? Sorry. Thank you, Procol. I don't know if I'm being a little bit. I want to tell you that I've had this conversation before, and I had it in a somewhat of a related philosophy class, because you start questioning everything you observe, right? Like, if the sky, like if you measured something and it's 10 millimeters, is it 10 millimeters? Or do you think it's 10 millimeters in your opinion because you measured it as 10 millimeters? And if someone else measure it and it's like 10.1 millimeters, does that mean that both 10 millimeters and 10.1 millimeters for this object is an opinion? Because 2 people disagree, right? And that's where statistics end up coming in, sort of, to the rescue. Like, oh, okay, that's fine. there's enough converging evidence to suggest that it's the opinion of the group, which is probably not of my opinion, that is 10 centimeters, whatever they were measuring. I didn't measure it, so I wouldn't know. That kind of thing. It's like, I think other people think this game is good. I don't know. I haven't played the video game. Alright. Master Chief is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Okay. Dealing with a woman who is trying to shoplift. I'm not sure if you fell asleep or not, Procol, but when you asked me how would I define opinion, I think that caught me off guard. I actually genuinely do not know how to explain, like, I don't think I have a well-defined definition of opinion. That was a very, very off-guard question. Okay. Master Chief, no initial, right? Is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, dealing with a woman who is trying to shoplift a dollhouse. What was the question? How would I define an opinion? I don't actually think I have a very solid way of defining that. Like, I was improvising there. I don't think anyone has ever asked me how I define an opinion. So I didn't try, like, I didn't think about how I would define it. So it took a while. And I'll have to think about it for future things. I think one thing that's very important about opinions is probably convergence. Some key words I probably use is convergence and observation. That I need to work around. Because perception is interesting when taking into context of convergence and observations. If 9 people agree there's an apple on the table, that's a evidence for convergence through observations. But it is still 9 people's perception of the observation. So if one person says the apple is not there, does it mean 1 out of 10 people have an opinion and 9 out of 10 have an observation, like a statement? That's a I think where I tripped up on it is an opinion is an expression of something. Yeah, I'm that's a tough one. If I'll have to come back to you on that. Like, I was not satisfied with my. I think it would have to be some sort of separation, as in an opinion is how loose you want it to be to not be interpreted as a statement. And oftentimes opinions have emotional stance and cloudedness. So for example, I think this game is good. In my opinion, this game is good. That allows the flexibility that if it's bad, it is your personal opinion. Like, it is your opinion that is not for fact. It's not being passed as a fact. If I say I think something is true, there is also a level of uncertainty. So it can be seen as an opinion to an extent. That's interesting. Maybe my more clarity is probably an opinion is attempting to describe something human. And then a statement is to describe something observable. That doesn't really help. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to give me some time on that. For example, I think A exists versus I think, or I think A no, yeah, there's no way to distinguish between them. I think I'm having a problem distinguishing between the intent of making a statement and the intent of making an opinion. So now that brings up a lot of deeper questions about how people think about it. I don't think people discern the difference. Like, I think that's probably one of the more difficult things. There's no discernment. Like, there's no distinguishing. There's less and less distinction between what's an opinion and what's a statement. Maybe it's come down to the intent. I intend to say that there are 4 apples. It's in my opinion that there may be less than 4 apples. Versus, I think there are at least 4 apples. Versus there are 4 apples? We'll hang that up. It's a topic for another day. Hold up. Define opinion. A view or judgment formed about something not necessarily based on fact or knowledge. I mean, that's okay. And then I'm guessing statements is a definite or clear expression of something in speech or writing. I think I get into my hard, the hard part is, what does I think convey? Does it convey an opinion or does it convey a statement? And then when you're making a statement, does opinion mean that there's uncertainty? And a statement cannot make an uncertainty. Like, can you state that you're uncertain? Like, for example, I am uncertain. Is that an opinion? Or is that a statement? This one would be, I feel uncertain, so I am uncertain. So this would be not an opinion. So I can define that. This would not be an opinion. But what if you say you think someone said this? That could be an opinion. I have to think about it. Thanks for the preponderance. You have ruined my sleep schedule for today. Well played, Proca. Returning the investment. Had been outfoxed. Master Chief is in the bathroom of the pawn shop dealing with a woman who is trying to shoplift a dollhouse. Sure, she has it hidden in her purse quite clearly and refuses to take it out and return it. Master Chief takes his finger and presses the shoplifter button. He's going to need some backup to deal with this shameless woman. But how do I know it's Master Chief? I guess Master Chief can act as a guard, right? Oh, but there's no guard here. I don't even know if I remember anything anymore. It's fine. Maybe think of it like a future Tucky thing. You press the button and like to order some, I don't know, drones, like helper drones to ascertain the woman. According to Anzao press introduction. Interesting. On time. 按时 press time. Oh, like insist? No, to push down. 按摩 I don't have for anywhere. 按钮 Nothing here. On time. But this says pressed time. Press time. To press, presses, pressing. I feel like there's a... We'll see. We'll see.
按
Saber, cut in half. Patrick, really angry, upset, judging everything.
判
Okay. Warm, armpits, Naruto, basement, jutsu, sun, burning, pawn shop.
暖
Droppings? No, that's not droppings. That's rice. Someone walked into the chapel trying to get it. Rice. Placed it into a shack. Pull out a pen. Vine around. That's Tarzan. And then swirled it around. And then put the sugar in his mouth.
糖
And hide. Walter. He's also making Slenderman on the down low. On the down low. Becoming a hide maker. So wait.
尾
How did that work? And hide. Slenderman. But what did it mean? I have no idea what it means. Yeah, I have no idea. Great. Oh boy. Alright, so it's turning out great. Alright. Yeah, I wasn't close. I was thinking of something else. Maybe like an action.
按
Oh, great. It's working out great. Alright, we're gonna lock in. Call it a day. Man, okay. I don't want to spoil anything, but this time zone thing, I'm not sure if it works for you as much as it for me, but I love talking about this stuff. If this gets boring, I think life is not good enough. If you're what say you? I think conversation is the end game. Conversation between humans is the end game. How can you not like to talk to another person? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm being a little reductive. I know that there are plenty of people out there who don't like talking to other people. Fair enough. Let's lock it in, and then I know there are a ton of people who are really, really upset right now, probably, about how pedantic we became. Couldn't have it any other way. We're practically talking about language. This is language. Although I have to admit, it's pretty ballsy saying you're smarter and therefore mentally way above a PhD. The reason why I say that is because I don't even identify what that even means. Like, why would you want to be better than that? Why would you want to be like? I'm curious what now I have to like ask you, what do you think a PhD is? Like, what does a PhD mean to you?
观众
观众近5万人，
观众 audience, sure. What I do here? Oh, I hit 4 instead of 3.
白菜
我不太喜欢白菜。
切断
切断电源，
力做人
学生首先要学会做人。
Like, how do they conduct oneself? Conduct. Yeah.
合理
你这个建议十分合理。
天分
这孩子很有天分。
世家
他世家出身，
否决
他的提议被否决了。
It's like, negate or veto. I think they use veto, but negating is fine. Fairly sufficient.
熟练
他开车很熟练，
It's skill for adept. I think I should add adept.
富
Wait. There was a lot there. Huh. That's fine, I guess, for now. Wait. Ooh. Dagger. Shellfish. It's like to make a payment or something? Was the primary?
改变
他改变了主意。
机场
今天机场有很多人，
Oh, now I'm so loose. I'm so relaxed.
特点
中国文化有什么特点？
after a good conversation. So relaxed. Uh-oh. I gotta think about the right character a little bit more. That was a bit loose. What? Wait. Oh. Oh no, this is the wrong character. I was thinking of the one that I missed earlier.
划分
我们被划分成2个小组。
觉得
Oh,
我觉
right,
得学习
silence.
汉字很好玩。
Okay, let's think about this. Guard, metal. What is the thing on the bottom right? Metal. Guard, metal, rice field, and dirt. Oh,
时钟
时钟坏了，
I just thought of the wrong. I thought of the wrong thing halfway through. Oops. I guess they want clock for that.
文明
我最喜欢的游戏是《文明6》。
I wonder if people think I'm looking at something else when I do that. I'm curious what percentage of people look away or look up and down when they're thinking of something. I always wondered that. I look away whenever I'm thinking.
喝咖啡
我喝咖啡，但我不喝茶。
力商记
Hmm.
害怕
没有什么可害怕的。
Sorry, I'm smiling because I'm pretty sure I talked Protocol to sleep. Which I do all the time. What I mean is I talk people to sleep all the time. Not like Protocol specifically. Oh, meaning. Yeah, it's veto. Practice? Oh, I don't remember the show. Show? Oh. Yeah, 修炼. Skilled.
须，张力，
低张力，
Oh, stretch. Oh, that's tension. Tension. Why am I drawing a... send help. Why am I drawing a blank? Hold. Oh my gosh, what? Wait. I'm drawing a blank! Sorry. I don't know. Maybe it'll come back to me.
改善，
我想要改善我的健康。
找钱，
他忘了给我找钱。
张开，
张开翅膀，
That's fine. Uh-oh. Wait. No. We're fine.
分散，
我们需要分散我们的部队。
住，
What? Whoa. Oh no. I'm thinking of something else. Just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, yes.
面积，
这个房间的面积是
绿，龙，
We're fine. We're fine.
食材，
新鲜的食材。
It's fine. 决定。
决定，
他们还没有做决定。
Decide. That's fine. What?
T 体积，
容器的体积，
卫生，
这家餐厅的卫生不太好。
自卫，
自卫战争，
卫生纸，
我们家里的卫生纸用完了。
杂草，
我花了一天时间来清除杂草。
取代，
我们必须取代旧的电脑。
Wait, I still don't know what the other thing was. Hmm.
笑
Oh, wait. Wait. What? 决定 all must? I guess? Are they going for a must? Wait. Hold.
烟
决定 like get ready, made, decide. Determine. Oh, decide and determine are okay. Like I was forced to pivot, but they used the word decide. That's fair. Okay. Wait, no, it's not.
乱
Okay.
认
Oh no, that's a point.
和善
但他对我不和善。
So this is not. Oh. 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 Ah, okay.
排 娘 尖
Oh no. Oh, Jing. I almost made it. But almost is still a mistake. Womp womp. Hmm.
不易
跟他相处可不易。
张 难看
他非常难看。
I have this? Oh my gosh, I didn't remember this. Today this was in a context sentence. I don't wait. Oh, right.
训
Xing.
顺利
工作正在顺利进行。
看
We're just gonna use read. It's fine. Look. Or see. Look. Hmm.
护送、
护送伤员去医院。
半夜、
他经常工作到半夜才睡。
变成、
经验会让你变成更强的人。
见面、
我们几点见面好？
The heck? This it has to be half, right? What? I don't know what
时、
what
夜、
what hold up.
长衫、
他穿着一件美丽的长衫。
品、
An armpit and a moon. Oh, it's deodorant. Oh, I rarely ever get deodorant. Oh, they added possess. Oh, they retroactively added possess into it. Nice. I remember adding a synonym for possess because it's close enough. It's used so much. Or at least I think. Huh. It's one of the earlier ones, like super early.
专业、
专业的学位。
Oops, wait. 专业 specialty? Specialized? Yeah.
世界、
世界每天都在。
Sekai. How did I screw this up? Oh.
景、
A professional, yeah.
咖啡、
他不喝。
计较、
他不会跟你计较这些事情。
打倒、
杰克一个接一个打倒他们。
Okay. Oh no, I typed the wrong thing there. Fine.
底、特产、
我带回来许多特产。
It's like local, it's like special products. Special products, like local specialties. I think, right?
呼、
Added a lot of spaces there. How did I screw this up again? What did I do? Uh...
落、 产品、
这家
Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh. Oh no. Wait. No, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
展示、
这幅画作将在画廊展示1周。
What? Wait. What? Show? Unfold show. Wow. Oh, wait, no. Oh. That's fine.
不敢当、
先生过奖了，实在不敢当。
死、敢、
Okay, so what happened here? I did type specialties. Or I must have misspelled it so horribly that it wasn't recognizable. That happens.
船员、
他在船上工作，是一名船员。
进展、
昨天的会议没有太多进展。
是、
Oh boy.
合并、
这2所大学已经合并。
Man. What is the Bing part for? Oh, okay. I can yarn.
说、租、
I've been doing pretty well. Oh, they're not Nook. Hello. I've been doing pretty well. How are you? We're getting to the tail end of today. Oops. What? Okay. I'm not thinking about the right thing.
失望、
他对结果感到失望。
The Japanese is going pretty alright. Yeah, business as usual. How about you? Doing your Japanese thing?
太、
Oh, it's 精彩.
心记
You don't go to school, do you? Are you university? Tom, you doing the university thing at all?
渴望
他渴望成功。
Everything's doing good. Finally got to a level where you're learning vocab and phrases. Very nice. Got comfortable with numbers and alphabets and sentence structures. Okay. You graduated 4 years ago. You are now in biotech. Biotech. Interesting. Biotech. At the risk of asking you for any privileged information, may I ask, in what way are you in biotech? There was a time when I considered pivoting to industry because I am a wuss when it comes to trying to write grants for government research. Have we had this discussion? I'm not sure if we had this. I do know that I did talk to someone who happens to be in industry, but that might be... It's been a while, so I'm not sure. You were in research, but now you're a lab manager for a startup company. I see. Fair enough. I have best friends who, one is still in research. One is biotech. Not a startup company though, but a well-established biotech company. And I think two. Oh no, and then one has become a government employee, a policy, or part of policy, or editorial, like a local expert, I suppose, consultant. I forgot what there's another word for it, but the title is like a local specialist for policy making, or involved in policy making. And I do none of that. Nice. Startup company, huh? Very neat. Yeah, you think the last time we talked was still in research? It's been a while, but you're thinking about doing government? More jobs. Yeah. Did you end up doing some teaching? I did not. It would be kind of cool to go back. I do this now. I don't know what this is. Without saying too much, I haven't considered, there hasn't been any opportunities that would convince me to come out of this permanent state of retirement. Or this indefinite, not permanent, but indefinite state of retirement. Government, huh? Interesting. Yeah, I have a friend who works in toxicology for a government body as well. He's one of my best friends. He happens to be the identical brother of the other two that I'm referring to. I think that one brother is still working in crystallography, some sort of crystallography field, or possibly even more so than that, like maybe like structural biology. Structural biology would be to step back further back. And then the third brother is working at a place that provides laboratory resources and services. I could teach English in Japan. You heard it's fun and rewarding. Yeah, I thought about that. One way you could do it is you wouldn't even need to teach English. You could apply to the JET program. Apparently JET program has no age limitation. Someone told me that a while ago, and I don't know who it is. So I could do like the thing about JET programs that I like is it's on an annual renewal basis. So if things just don't work out, usually you just dip after a year because it's a mutual understanding. I like programs that keep one honest on top. I know this sounds like someone that's like, oh no, tenureship is the bee's knees. I'm have a minority opinion. I suppose I like being held to a annual standard. So the jet program kind of sounds like is a neat thing. It's not the time for the jet admissions yet, but maybe a year stint in Japan might be interesting. Teaching English in Japan, that's an interesting thought. That's an interesting thought. Are they happy in tech science field? I think overall it I haven't really talked to them in a long time. My best friends, we don't talk very often. I don't know if this is a dynamic that you have with your best friends, but they are content. I think the most adequate word that they typically use, that's a very reflective of my personality as well, is they are content. It's nice to have something to do that can contribute to something, and it has its shares of rewards and rigor. I think the person I talk to most is probably the most relevant to you about doing government work. He finds it obviously it is most certainly eye-opening and sobering experience, but at the same time, being pivotal in moving policy that has a much greater impact than oneself is very rewarding. I think that's what I would use in terms of how you described it. It's not every day that you can execute, like you can have such a impact, and that's kind of really nice. I wouldn't mind thinking about something like that. I haven't really thought about it yet. I certainly am not rusty on analyzing difficult situations and navigating and acquiring new skills. That's for certain. And whether I had to go into government work or not, generally speaking, I'm not sure if you feel this way about where you're employed and whatnot, but competence in these types of fields typically involve the person's ability to assess and acquire new information, not necessarily what their legacy is per se. So it does present a possibility of me re-entering some sort of science and research related thing. I don't really honestly think that it's a terrible impediment to spend day in and day out being obsessed with science and research. As a personal disclosure, I think it was that same obsession that allowed that might have inhibited me from finding an adequate work-life balance. I really do enjoy doing research in science, and when it becomes an obligation, I may have quite a bit of an unhealthy relationship with it. Not in the sense of a negative sense, but more of a non-sustainable sense. I might have overworked. We got on Icarus's flight to the sun while the rocket is on fire, and several things are blowing up, all while traveling towards the sun. That's probably how hard I burned when I was in research and science. It was a wonderful ride, and maybe a potential to happen again, perhaps. Personally, I do see myself in a form of skill building career in the future. Otherwise, I'm almost 40. Maybe I'll write a book. How do you feel about writing a book? Do you ever thought, hey, midlife crisis, what are you going to do? Write a book? or release a board game. I got some bucket list stuff. I know I'm not yet 40, but kind of get into that mood where like what do you want to do now to leave an impression on the world? I could write a book. I certainly have written enough for books, but I haven't really thought about it. Government work. May I ask what might what fancies you in government work? I am kind of hungry for obligation though. Not obligation in the sense that I need all the pressure, but I'm kind of a bit hungry for contributing something. You think a book is great? You were thinking about a loose memoir is actually a good way to go. Yeah. That's fair. Yep. Or like just tell your story, right? That's the loose memoir, just tell your story. You think government just because of job security? I see. Is this your first career? Is it? Have you always like had a trajectory into research and whatnot? You've been laid off 3 times in 4 years in research. Yeah. Yep. I was just about that. You answered my question. Don't worry about it. Don't answer the last question. I was actually going to tell you. I was going to ask because it sounds like if you're in a startup position, my first thought was there is a high possibility this isn't your first rodeo. And that kind of sucks. In general, I can definitely imagine that. Otherwise, I mean, you committed to pharmacy. You almost went to farm school, I see. But got burned out. But you love science, so you stuck with research and lab work. Oh, okay. That checks out with the whole biotech pivot as well. Yeah. Yeah, laid off 3 times in 4 years. That sounds like today's economy. Like and I don't mean by like whether the economy is bad or good. It's just tumultuous how industry works. It's very tumultuous. To say the least. I mean, this might sound like misery deserves company, but I can't even imagine what it's like for the people around the same age doing like things like tech related things, tech companies. I mean the young, I suppose. It sounds like you're becoming that older person, the natural cycle of life. Definitely you're numb to it now, but being a new grad and getting laid off consistent, you get discouraged after a while. Yep. Welcome to the I need security and stability in my life. You are officially too young. Or well, not yet, but who knows? You are officially too young to be playing that game anymore. I imagine it was a fruitful one, right? Or you're okay, right? You said you're numb to it, so I imagine you're adjusting. All right, and now just looking for more opportunity. Yeah, I don't have any social pressures per se, and or necessities that would push me towards doing that. But I would absolutely love to do research or lab or policy or anything like a journal editor. Not that type of journal editor. We're not talking about like mass media stuff, but someone who has oversight on like evaluating the quality of or evaluating a due diligence. Someone's responsible for the due diligence of disseminating information, not in terms of like media or something, like scientific information. I would love to just sit here and read all the beautiful, wonderful, hopeful research that's out there. It kind of integrates being, still connected with science and beautiful minds, while also offering or helping with safeguarding and providing an extra layer of due diligence for their information. I often, back in the day, I used to see editorial staff and whatnot as a hurdle to publication, like a hurdle. But nowadays, I think of it as a safeguard. Like, you're in it, and then when they're trying to like, their rigor is protecting both you and them. So, but then when it's published, you and them are sharing the responsibility of publishing something. I kind of like that. I like maybe potentially one day being a adequate editor or some sort of advisor on helping people when they're already exhausted and working on their data. I like being an extra eye. I like to supervise or oversee and be like a supporting aid to people who are far more trailblazers and pioneers, or have aspirations to be trailblazers and pioneers than I do. I'm very much a teaching type of person at this point. I want to catch the young people and not necessarily be the young people, be the trailblazer. Try lab manager. I think it's a good avenue for oversight and teaching. I see. Funny enough, the one brother is that position. Yeah, they oversee the group in this very, very well-established laboratory service place. I think he finds it rewarding. It's kind of difficult to know a little bit. Me and I don't talk to him too often. But yeah, I like overseeing things. I would be that lab manager that bring treats. Yeah, you got a point there. I'm gonna think about it, actually. It's a very excellent point. Is that coming from personal experience? What do you think? Definitely fruitful. More layoffs somewhat meant moving up faster. Being in startup almost meant learning at a fast pace. Yeah, very stressful, but lots of growth. We're not taking it for granted. Fair enough. That sounds excellent. I honestly think if you've already hit the young sport, I think that sounds like a mentality that requires a little R&R, and I think if you're making your work like that, that's an excellent resume in my opinion, for stable jobs, like stable places like government positions. Being able to resolve, extract what come what may kind of thing. That is definitely a underlying personality characteristic that is very efficacious for, or very appropriate for positions that may require that type of rigor. Otherwise, it's spring flings all the time. I don't think hear me out. I don't think I've ever been laid off. So that's kind of how my life, I guess I played it quite safe. I don't even know if I can empathize with it. I have often thought if I get laid off, it saves me time and saves my employer time because it clearly wasn't working. Oftentimes, I don't really sell myself short, but at the same time, I could totally see that I'm not appropriate for certain things. Yet, I guess the self-awareness have led me in directions where it hasn't been a problem yet. Not to say that I didn't have conflicts with my mentors. Oh, there were quite a lot of conflicts, like conflicts of interest and whatnot, but it wasn't sufficient for me to encounter a situation. And of course, being laid off doesn't necessarily mean it's from conflict. It could be a conflict of interest due to higher management, money, things that you cannot often control. But I was not employed during this somewhat tumultuous time. It was during a time where most things are kind of stable. Not so much. Oh, and I'm sorry. I'm also speaking from the American side of things. It's not quite clear if you were working for an American corporation or not. You think it is a good avenue for being a lab manager if you love teaching techniques and operation style, but also managing science personalities and projects is fun. Seeing where people can grow to better company projects is encouraging. Yeah. I like making things work. I personally don't ever see myself in a leadership position, but I certainly would love to spend most of my time picking people up. That's kind of what I do most of the time now in private. So, like, I do stream for language learning and all the things like that. But that's my own personal legacy building. But in the meantime, occasionally in the background and stuff, it's more like life coaching kind of situations. I try to do as much as I can one person at a time, but it would be fantastic to get closer to the action. I like the idea of working as a mentor, but the whole idea of funding, like laboratory funding, kind of wrung me dry out of academia. It's far too I resigned to the idea that I did not envision myself competing for government funding to keep an academic lab running. That's basically the reason why I am not currently there. But I do like the idea of working with like 3 or 4 people at a time, managing a smaller group. It's my compromise because the classroom can be not intimate enough for me. So what I mean by that is classrooms are great if it's something that I do in addition to managing and investing in a team. And I often thought that would have been great to end up securing like an academic spot at a university or something. So then I could do research with a selective team, your graduate students and whatnot, and then on a side teach. But the whole idea of funding, I can't. I found myself being unable to compete with that. The funding situation is not in my wheelhouse or skill set. So government positions are fantastic in my opinion. I suppose that's also why startup companies cut their losses, and right, it's the competition, it's the hustle bustle, the most hustle part of academic research, right? Academia is that funding part, and man, it's not a nature that I want to curate. So is that what you do now? The whole lab management thing? Like that decent enough description? I feel like government work is also very conducive to that. In a sense that you're also spending, at least from how my best friend discuss it is a combination of operations, team management, like communication and stuff, and then moving things forward, and then also informing, lots of informing and whatnot. So government positions sound like something, if that is your honest opinion about lab management as well, sounds quite nice. Kiss. Oh no, Japanese. I can only think of kaku. It's not kaku. Yeah, lab management in biotherapeutics, cancer research, right? Lots of informing and regulation. Something about startup life, though it's fun and free, seems more at your own pace. I see. Yeah, I think one of my friends, or I think the same friends, his first comment narrowed around the pace. The pace is slow. Is probably the word. I think relatively speaking, it's fairly slow. Like if academia was slow, maybe even slower than that. Like there's a lot of bureaucracy. I don't think he ever described that he was like dealing with bureaucracy, but the idea of completing tasks is a change of pace. And it sounds like your life is ready for that change of pace, right? So if you're looking for something more slow and stable, I hope you find a very appropriate place that you can regulate and contribute your due diligence to maintaining social order, I suppose. Startup life is fun and free. I can only imagine. It's one of those things where you would love to stay where you are at, but circumstances wise, economy, you need to go with a smart decision. That's fair enough. Absolutely. Yeah. I obviously was alluding to the economy many times. Like it is a very uncertain time. There is some seriously very uncertain times right now. As a disclaimer, I am not pressured to do anything in terms of that wise. So taking care of family business, or like taking care of family business as in my parents' retirements and papers and whatnot, maybe do some globe trotting or something in their retirement is something that that's my pace in life at the moment. As opposed to picking up a position somewhere. I can't think of what this is. Podium. Oh wait. What? I must have typed that the last time too. So are you just chilling now? What allows me the pleasure of your company today? Dream though is to take a year break and live in Japan for a while, hence the Japanese learning. I was just about to ask, like, you know, how I didn't think there might be some relevance to the Japanese thing, so you want to do some traveling. This is a dream? Really a dream? Are you unable to take a break? Like now? Like just say, oh yeah, pack bags, let's go. 1 year. Maybe even apply to a exchange program or something. Because it looks like you have probably you're well educated, so that certainly will work in your favor. Oh, I don't know how visas work. Actually, now that I think about it, they recently laxed some visa requirements, but I don't know what it is to nowadays. I don't even think I meet the visa requirements. Right now, you're learning Japanese at night more consistently. You were doing some basketball lessons and chess lessons the last couple of months, but now got a consistent schedule for studying. Very nice. Basketball lessons and chess lessons. May I ask? Basketball and chess.
提起
一提起这事，他就冒火。
一起。You would say dream because it's hard for you to drop stuff to go to Japan. Family, dog, career, money situation. Oh, dang. You have a family. And a doggo. I think career might be a little flexible. But money situation, yeah. Wanted to find some new hobbies, get more active physically and mentally, but got burnt out. Alright. Hear me out. I don't know you very well. But if I had to be a little bold about presumptions, I think you've converged on a lifestyle that is very you at the moment. You're very consistent with a fast streak lifestyle. And then finding more and more active like hobbies to try to be active physically and mentally and then getting burnt out. That sounds like being in a startup. It's been a while. I have been I tried that fast lane in a while. Now I'm like more the consistency things. That's kind of funny. Oh, chess, huh? And basketball. Is there a lesson? I mean, is there a story behind particularly basketball and chess? Very related. You think fast lane is the only way you know how to function? Okay. I think this is gonna be more like you're like the uh unstoppable train and I'm more of an immovable wall at this situation where we're on opposite ends. I'm like as consistent as one can be, like when it comes to the opposite. Where oh, so you need to learn this hobby. About 1 year, 15 minutes a day, every single day, starting now. Go. And then every 30 days, self-evaluate and evolve that 15 minutes and maybe possibly expand your input. And then do that every month. And then every 6 months, integrate something else. And then have it mapped out to like 5 years skill development. And then maybe you can participate in some sort of chess competition in like 2 or 3 years time. For the giggles, right? Maybe even integrate some sort of legacy building. You did both activities as a kid from 6 to 13, but quit. I see. It was nice to revisit some old activities and get better. Yeah. Uh, that's absolutely beautiful. I play video games still. I played video games since I was 5. Yes, that is your Achilles heel, wanting to know things and get good at things right away. I see. Yeah, like when you asked me, oh, that explains a lot. When you asked me how's Japanese going, and my first thought was, well, it's been a year and a half, and I've already planned next year's project, and then this project is gonna go for another 2.5 years. So, in order to tell you something substantially different, you might have to ask me in another 4 years. And then maybe I'll be writing like a transliteration or I'll start writing essays and reviews in multiple languages just because I can. That's probably like another 2.5 years down the line. Yeah, and we juggle all of this stuff. So I guess one thing to say is I do many things at once. And people on the fast lane tends to focus or try to do things very quickly in one or two things and then run its course and then continue. Like currently, right, I'm doing Chinese, by the way. So right now my schedule is input or sort of input. It's Wanikani, HanziHero, Duolingo Spanish. Then Duolingo Spanish is altered by a monthly project, and each of the monthly project is tied to some sort of language learning on top of personal interest in the like gaming industry, I suppose. And then in the evening when I'm not streaming, immersion. do some Japanese, some Chinese, keep up with something. Like, for example, 4 months ago I started One Piece, and now I'm on episode 967 as of yesterday. 967 of 1142. This is kind of like the Star Trek thing where I saw Star Trek, so you're just gonna keep watching Star Trek. And meanwhile, you just juggle everything else. So a little bit of everything. Somehow you mesh your life together and there's no waking hour. Like, I kid you not. If I'm not eating or sleeping, I'm doing something. Some sort of like input or output learning thing. That's how I keep myself busy, I suppose. Perhaps we can see eye to eye a little bit in the future. I would say I haven't lived a life like yours. I'm not entirely sure if I've ever lived a life like you. It sounds fantastical though. I enjoy vicariously reading people's lives on the fast lane. It's kind of funny because one of the major topics I talk about is not getting caught up in the hustle culture of the internet. That's good. Do you feel like all the hobbies you are doing are enjoying, or have any of them felt like work at any point? That's a good question. My hobbies? That's a good point. Would it be odd to tell you that I don't do hobbies for the enjoyment first? I actually do it for the work. And the work, I get enjoyment out of the work. So, one day, if someone convinced me that French is the GOAT and we become great friends, I would drop Japanese for French. And then it's the work with the people and the work on that skill that ultimately makes me enjoy the thing. Here's probably a question to illustrate a little bit about the point. Do you choose things because you know you're going to enjoy them? Or do you choose things because you want to see what happens? I think I'm more the latter than the former. So I can tell you retroactively what's happening with all the hobbies. Most of the hobbies, when I do them, I enjoy them all the time. Like every single waking day, because I know that when I do those hobbies, it will be with me for the rest of my life. So the hobbies that I pick up are my attachments to other people. So it would always be worth it. Or it's rewarding, it's enjoying. The work is possibly hard and long, but it's dwarfed by my motivations to do them. So like hobby brings great joy because it's a combination of someone's asking. And I think this is it would be misleading of me to say that that's what other people choose hobbies for. Oftentimes people choose hobbies for their own self-improvement and their own way of life. But it's a weird flex, but I'm very happy in life. And now I'm spending most of the time trying to make other people happy. And oftentimes that involves participating in the hobbies that they enjoy. And then maybe turning that hobby into something as a working thing. That makes sense. Again, sounds like a healthy mind. I think the hobbies you choose, you do enjoy. Okay. Unfortunately, to your career mindset, you believe it has spilled over to your hobbies. Oh, so in a way, you love doing your hobbies, but you also have a mindset of wanting to be perfect. Okay. Yeah. That is understandable. I do hope that in a year or two, that Japanese doesn't turn out to be those silly, like, a lot of the type of impressions that I get from a lot of people, like around your age, or what I think your theoretical age is. A little bit presumptuous, but I think the whole burnout mentality, it does happen a lot with Japanese. Not that I'm saying it will happen, but perhaps becoming a little bit more laxed on yourself and being able to appreciate the journey for what it is, and not seeking, say, fluency in a 6-month period or a year's period without any motivation to be connected with the people that learn language. Like, it would be fun to have a conversation, a coffee talk every 3 or 6 months about your language learning journey. I'd be here. You'll know where to find me. I enjoy whenever people stop by every once in a while. It's about the end of university, so I'm expecting to catch up with a few peeps about how their semester went. Kind of like an unofficial academic advisor. I love academic advising. Like, what did you do in the last 3 months? Tell me all the dirty details. And by dirty, I mean the intricate details, the nuanced details. What's your hobby development coming? What is the roadmap for your hobbies? Like, what is the roadmap for basketball? Are you playing with other people? I'm all up in people's business if they permit it. Yeah, that that guy where you say one word and I'm like, okay, you're gonna have to explain that. Can I get like a 1,000-word essay on how you qualify this word? Because I want to know to make sure that you can clearly express it to another person and have understanding that your goals, at least your progress goals, like your journey goals, are sufficiently different from your end goal, so you can have progressive, consistent reward and feedback to keep on investing in a hobby. And then think of that hobby if we have to do some like creative group thinking about how that hobby, in case you don't end up pursuing that hobby, how that hobby can lead to other hobby developments. Like, for example, a lot of people ask me, do I ever give up on things? Do I ever like stop doing things because I just don't like it anymore, or I don't, or burnout. Burnout is something reserved, but my honest opinion answer nearly 99% of the time is I stopped doing things because something more interesting came along. But stopping doing that one thing doesn't mean that thing stops there. It goes with the next thing. So if I don't study Japanese now, right? Like if I stop studying Japanese now, I will attempt to retain the Japanese that I already have moving forward. And I'll find some creative way to integrate that into it. But it's difficult to look at Chinese without thinking about Japanese. So regardless, it's going to be part of my lifestyle at some point. Yeah. Hobbies. It's a problem that I would love to be able to empathize with, like being shortage of interest. I'm sure you have lots of interest. Chess and basketball are very particular. When you were in middle school, it seems, or 6 through 13. No, that's even younger. In elementary school, chess and basketball. I had a set of hobbies. This is a hobby. Language learning is a hobby, of course. Science is a hobby. Actually, everything are hobbies now since I don't do anything professionally. But what do we have on the docket? We do digital art now, right? Digital art. I still have yet to visit music production again. I used to be a musician. So, did you play a musical instrument back then? I feel like living on the fast lane, musician might not be in the works, but I almost feel like you could be a rambunctious drumline, a band member of some sort. I'm using profiling now, so feel free to say, nah, you're wrong. I buck at statistical behavioral correlations, and you didn't consider being in the band as some sort. Maybe a drumline person. Oh, well, you did play basketball. So piano, trumpet, ukulele. It was you went through many instruments but never committed. I see. Piano, trumpet, and ukulele. That's a pretty eclectic set of instruments. My thought was drumline. Trumpet was definitely first. Trumpet, drumline, and then the guitar or bass, like an electric guitar or bass. A piano, that's interesting. That's a very classy one to start. Piano, huh? Yeah, I played the violin, and now I have a bunch of guitars lying around. But I played the violin. That was probably most of school. I was a bowler. I did bowling. Bowling. Around your age, I'm assuming here. So let me see how close I am. But around your age, I obstacle course run. I did obstacle course running. Bowling was a hobby you wanted to do also. I bowled and then I worked in a bowling alley when I as young as early as I could. I ended up working in a bowling alley. So I used to do that, like a mix. I used to talk about this pretty like in a funny way. So bowling alleys, I'm not sure if bowling places like yours have a liquor license, but the bowling alley that I work with had a liquor license. So I prep food. But the thing is, you can technically be in the kitchen when there's liquor being served in a different areas. So technically I was working in like a kitchen of like a bar, and I was 16. That's besides the point. And then, like maybe in the front counter, and it's a mixed thing, but I still remember working in a bowling alley. Quite nice. Then disc golf, right? Disc golf for a little bit. There's so many little hobbies. You can pick up any of them. And I can relate to you about committing to a hobby. I think the whole thing about never committing to something, it really does strike me as you're a person who likes to really find the most reward from committing to things, as opposed to celebrating your collective hobbies of piano, trumpet, and ukulele. Like seeing things as a continuum, if you will. My interest in Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish are spawned from my interest in gaming, movie, and cinema, which is spawned from me wanting to do music production as a musician, which spawned from the thing that I wanted to do on the side, which was for direction, art direction, as in like maybe a creative process, like a movie direction or a video game direction, which also is related to my background in some programming languages. And so they're all related. So I didn't have to necessarily commit to one. You agree perhaps the lack of celebration comes from Asian upbringing? Fair enough. Definitely a mindset you have to change. Perhaps your roadblock from being satisfied in the hobby. I'm surprised you even entertain the idea of extracurriculars from an Asian upbringing. I've yet to be able to describe what my hobbies are to my parents. You should I can't describe to you the stink eye I got when my father said, "What are you doing in Taekwondo? Like, why do you need to kick boards?" He gave me a massive stink eye when I started obstacle course running. Like, you come back and you have like a trash bag filled with like mud laced dried equipment, like, just shirt and like knee guards and all that stuff. Like, why do you go and why do you do that? Or here's another one. My parents have become more acceptant of these things. Every year I go and volunteer at a convention, every single year for the last like 18 years. Skip a year for COVID. In the last 18 years, I volunteer at a anime convention on the East Coast, Otakon, and sure enough, it's become regular enough that my parents would ask, "Oh, so what time is it this year?" Because that's what I do. You just, what do you do to get out of the house? You obviously volunteer to work 9 hours a day for the duration of an anime convention just to see people, like help people get their tickets and stuff. That's what you do to get out of the house. That's what I actually do. When I get out of the house is to do work. You know, gotta do work. If you're sad, I'll at least make an attempt to pick you up. Funny enough, tomorrow you'll be heading to an anime convention on the West Coast. Is it a big one? Anime Expo doesn't happen yet. That's a death trap. I'm kidding. It's just really crowded. Wait. Oh no, it's in July. It's fine. Interesting. You're heading to an anime convention. Good on you. I told the trendy kids of today that I'm gonna drag them to at least one. It's pretty big. Expo in LA. Okay, it's the biggest. I see. Fan anime. Fanime in Bay Area is the second biggest, which is where you're going. I see. Second biggest. Expo in LA is the biggest. Actually, I don't think Fanime. Wait. Hold up. Are we doing some competition here? Hold up. Oh, on the West Coast. Yeah. I'm like, nah, it's not bigger than Otakon. Otakon is second biggest in the country. I'm kidding. But it second biggest in California. Yeah, Expo I think is the way we count admissions is not that consistent. You think the New York one is the biggest? What is the new one? Is the New York one also part of the Anime Expo tag? Or is it Anime Con? I think it's Anime Con, right? Oh, they do counting in a different way. I'm not sure. Yeah, they do counting attendance in a different way. They do turnstile estimations. I mean, so it's contentious. Those numbers are too close for turnstile. Otakon is 45K. Not turnstile. So I think your relationship is the same. Yeah, those are based on ticket sales. Yeah, we're DC Convention Center. As opposed to New York's. Have I been in the New York Convention Center? I think I've seen the outside of the New York Convention Center. Or actually, I don't even know if it takes place in the New York Convention Center. Well, they do advertise it's the East Coast's largest anime con. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, the Jacob K. Yeah, the Jacob JKK. Oh, JKJ. Convention Center in New York City. Yeah, we'll say it's the second biggest in the East Coast as well. Otakon is the second biggest in East Coast. So same relationship. So you're heading to the second biggest in the West Coast, and I volunteer in the second biggest in the East Coast. Second biggest. Actually, I don't know what last year's numbers that they decide to disclose to the public. Yeah, 46,000. Oh, hey, there's a picture with the peeps in it. If you squint hard enough, you might actually find me. But I don't attend like a normal thing. I work at it. I love doing that. I'm not sure how Fanime does it. But in Otakon, pretty much the entire staff is composed of volunteers. So just your average Joe wanting to do the work. I sit at registration. So I'm that guy behind the booth where there's, you know, your line and it's like, next please, like people coming in, it's like, here's your ticket, here's the program, the map is in the bag, don't forget to register your badge in case you lose it. Have a great con. That's the guy. You know, 30 something like 36 hours, something like that. It's also a 4 day affair. I would say 4 day affair. What's it like in anime? And how often have you gone to anime conventions? I'll try to mosey along, slowly move along here as well.
深处，
在森林深处，
Deep location. They're just very deep. Seabed? Depths? Oh, interesting.
转告，
请转告他，我明天去看他。
It's more or less the same as other conventions. A good vibrant vibe though. LA Expo is a good bucket list. Want to go? Oh, you haven't been? I haven't been to any other convention. Like anime convention. Perhaps I will also ante up it the idea of going to New York Anime Con as well. Possibly. At some point. Good vibes. Good vibes. Juango to turn mission. Oops. Huh. Oops. That's T.
念念不忘，
要有多坚强，才敢念念不忘？
Someday you think you'll be heading you'll be heading to bed? Yeah. Yeah, take care. Nice. Yeah, check in every once in a while. You'll probably be checking in around this time consistently? Why is that? I hope your life is going alright. Let me know about your expo though, your anime. You should come up with like a okay, hear me out. If we don't talk again before you go to Fanime, give me a lowdown of the cosplay profile of the day. Like give me like an idea. What is in vogue? What did you encounter in terms of the cosplay? Yeah? Extra sentiment. Take a quick lap. Yeah, yeah. Give me a heads up. It's a precursor. Otakon is in August. Am I caught up with new anime? You bet your hot dog I am caught up. Well, we'll see. We'll see if I'm caught up. You got to tell me what they're cosplaying as to see what the trends are. I'm pretty caught up. I'm pretty caught up in terms of the trendy one. Your guess is going to be lots of Demon Slayer? Really? I guess Solo Leveling doesn't really have a lot of recognizable costumes, huh? I was thinking maybe like probably Solo Leveling and Mashli and probably still One Piece, but huh. There were lots of Genshin Impact last year. Oh, that's understandable. Costumes, Genshin Impact. I can't even differentiate between Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact nowadays. It's like, oh, that looks like a character from Honkai slash Genshin. Just lump them together. Like, yep. Mihoyo verse. Just like that looks like a character. Anyways, I won't hold you up, but I would really like to know anime stuff. I think Solo Leveling is interesting. I don't think Solo Leveling has like a very distinct like costumey thing though. Yeah, I really like to know. All right, take care. Thanks for chilling and sharing. Know where to find me. New phrase you learned last month? Jane. Yeah, Jane. Mata. Yeah, mata shita. Yep. Yes. Oh yeah. Oyasumi nasai. Alright, good night. Oyasumi nasai. I'll catch you later. Alright. Mata ne. Mata ne. Slender Man? When was Slender Man part of this?
低价
低价住房，
Must have turned a blind eye to Slender Man. What the heck is this? Ting. Inform? Notify? Tell? It's kind of notify to pass on. Yeah, to notify. Maybe even to inform. And to tell. I always thought pass on is a whole thing. Mole.
至少
这本书至少有500页。
手
Oh, don't you do this to me. Oh, yikes. I don't want to talk about it.
细
I don't want to talk about it. Wait, how does this work? Oh, pencil. A deep place? Depths? Okay, alright. Fine.
防止
防止火灾，
价格
这家餐厅的价格很高。
员工、
我们公司对员工很好。
Yeah. That's how we roll. Somehow I felt comfortable with
题
that.
5
I'm excited. I'm excited that someone's going to an anime convention. It's gotta exchange notes or something.
福 没想到，
我们没想到问题会这么难。
精彩，
他的发言很精彩。
国外，
他在国外工作了5年。
Or outside the country, that's fine too. Ah! Oh, wait, it's wealth. I think of wealth as fortune. Abroad, yeah, that's fine.
量，
All right, we're fine. Well, today was a wonderful discussion day. Man, I've realized that I don't know how to distinguish between an opinion and a statement. Maybe it's as simple as expressing a personal feeling or belief about something rather than a factual statement or something like that. So if I think something is to be true, I'm talking about the validity of the statements, of my statements. So that's a recollection, right? Is thinking in opinion. No, thinking is not an opinion. Thinking is a cognitive process. While an opinion is a personal judgment or belief, thinking can involve various mental activities like judging, reasoning, and problem solving, whereas an opinion is a view or stance on a particular matter. That's interesting. Yeah, thinking, this refers to the act of using your mind to consider something, from form judgment or make decisions. It can be a process of, yeah. So like, I think the opinion. Oh, but an opinion is a statement of belief or judgment about something, often not based on facts or proof. And it's funny because their example is I think. Gemini, please. Okay. But they're not, I'm not asking for the difference between thinking. But that's funny. Yeah. Ascertaining other people's opinions is more of a preponderance of a statement as opposed to the subjectivity of thinking if those statements are of my own. So I think that's probably the most likely case that I would try to formulate the differentiation between an opinion and the phrase I think. If I think something is to be true, it means I'm uncertain, but I think it's likely to be true, but it is not a reflection of my opinion. There's no like opinion in it. It's either true or it's not. So one can think of other people's opinions, but not have the same opinions that they have. This stuff is like, imagine trying to do this in a different language. Imagine trying to have this type of discussion in Japanese or in Chinese. Ooh-wee. I don't know what to think about. The only thing I can do is like creo que, you know, in Spanish. Creo que, and then what does that mean? Or amou, right? Amou, I don't know. これは思うね。何を思う？你今天how do you say think? What do I use for think? 想了什么？ Or 干什么? I mean, that's kind of more like what you're doing or what you're up to. Alright. So let's finish this up. Lots of hefty discussions today. What were you? Droppings? Okay. This one is rough, right? Yeah, this one's pretty rough. Ding. Or on. Yuan. Tang. An. Wei. I think some of them stuck really well. The digression doesn't really take away from it. We're really active, right? I think a great way to confirm how active I am in remembering this stuff is I could talk about something for 3 or 4 hours and then come back right to it and still remember what I remember, like what I've done before. I think that's kind of a great litmus test to how attentive you are. Like, I could break conversation for some time and come back and still remember more. And I'm not familiar with any of these characters, actually. And maybe this one. This is the one I'm familiar with. And this one, sort of. It's not simplified, but the left side gets simplified. But all of these are new to me. Oh, heckin' trellis. Boo. Boo Chong. Boo Chong. What the heck is Boo Chong? Oh, to replenish. Wei Qian. Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng. Yeah, Wei Cheng. Khủng long. Khủng long. 海浪，海浪，海浪，海浪，海浪，海浪。草，yeah, 草带。That one I can mislead myself and go off a deep end on this one for Dynasty. 跳动. That could go off to beating. Whoops. Kung Pa can a little bit. So these are okay though. Wei Kun. Yep, we're fine. Liu Lang. Maybe. Slightly. Wu Kao.补习班。汉朝. Okay. Alright, let's do these things. The fortune thing was fine, right? Oh, the trellis. The trellis thing was fine. Remember our trellis from yesterday. Okay, so we have Diddy Kong in the bathroom of the English Manor. Chillin' with royalty. He's chilling in the bath and sending out words, a luxurious bath, sending out words for room service, right? Room service to order some fantastic luxurious banana. And like Diddy Kong, he only has a spike to pay for it for whatever reason. He's a monkey, you know? Maybe it's a golden spike that he found in like a treasure hunt doing monkey business. Okay, we have Bart Simpson in the front of the office building up to no good. It is Halloween. It is Halloween night, so he decided what a better way is to make it and turn the parking lot into a haunted rice field with droppings and severed fingers everywhere. And then he broadcast it to everyone to come in and enjoy it, or to celebrate his shenanigans, right? And then we have Patrick in the bathroom of the pawn shop doing his aggressively annoying thing where he decided he's going to take a saber and start judging everything. And anything that's inadequate, he slices in half. Yep. That's what he does. Snap judgments. Okay. So then we have Naruto. Naruto sneaking his way into the basement of a pawn shop to recover a relic. But while he was doing that, it was very, very cold. He realized that he needs to warm up. So he decided, hey, we're gonna use our his armpits for whatever reason. The Achilles heel of ninjas. His armpits are very cold. So he decided to take his cleats, run them along the ground, and use a technique to set a stool on fire. But he accidentally overdid it, and it became a very hot burning sun. Giving away his position, right? Giving away his position in... Or he was trying to warm up, but gave away his position. Because, you know, Naruto is kind of clumsy like that. Then we have Tarzan, who found his way into the chapel. He's very hungry. He would really like something to eat, or something of substance. Yes, so he went to this very sacred shack in the middle of the altar, threw in some rice as, say, an offering. Then he took his holy dagger, or holy pen that he has around his vine, I suppose, the vine around his neck, right? And he stirred, and it became sugar. It got turned into sugar, and he started shoving sugar in his mouth. Very elaborate, but worked out very well. All right, and then we had Master Chef. That's a joke. Master Chef. Oh, is it the other way? It's the other way. Master Chef. Making his way to the bathroom of a pawn shop where he's been hired as a guard, so responsible. He followed a woman who clearly stole a high-tech dollhouse. So instead of using his skills, he'd be like, let's just use the automated service. The automated bot service. So he used his finger and he pressed the security button and watches as the automated robots handle and take care of the insistent thief, right? Then we have Walter once again chilling in. Now he's making his way to the basement of the beach house, where it's revealed that Slender Man and him are having a great it explains all the tanning, as they started a great venture. In tanning hides. That's what he was doing. Right. He has tan hides all over the beach house. Even on vacation, he's doing that. You know, his beach house getaway. And there you have it. Well, I committed, right? I really... It's a fun discussion. Love having fun discussions. I basically said the same thing twice, so don't worry. Nice to have some fry people. Maybe I'll get better at making people laugh, and that's always nice. Or share a quaint coffee table talk. I feel like I need some, like, I want to get like a fancy mug, or a very unnecessarily comical mug, where I'm like, hey, all right, it's digression time. Do you have some coffee? Maybe some beer or something. Let's have some coffee table talk, right? Today was pretty great. This doesn't happen every time. So like I usually say, right? That's the end of the lesson. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. But as always, everyone is more than welcome, for those who may want to chatter every once in a while. More than welcome to join, follow along, pick up HanziHero, or do other things. But the idea is integrate, build memories, share ideas, share experiences. If you want to make it a challenge, I will probably end up somehow relating it back to the idea of being consistent. And one of the consistent ways to develop language is to develop the habits that surround it. Yeah, you might be thinking, hey, I'm playing video games. That's not like learning a language. Well, it might not help you learn the language itself, but it might teach you things about yourself that you can use to be consistent in language. So, I personally think any investment that you can turn towards all of your other investments is a form of investment itself. I think I want to tear down the idea that one cannot be creative enough to make it all worthwhile. I think the whole idea of wasting your time because you're not learning it the fastest way, wasting your time because the way you study and the way you're motivated doesn't look like any other person's. That's great at the start. That it may be very helpful to form a foundation to start. But in the end of the day, the most successful things you can do for consistency in your own mental health is probably either the person you're sharing a life with or yourself. So most of the stuff I talked about today, having a deep discussion about opinions, perception, maybe talking about agreeability in a little bit, hobbies, expressing thoughts, sharing some cultural things, maybe some triggering things, talking about how to stop a dog from barking, that kind of thing. I think it also is involved in some way, shape, or form on decision making for learning a language, right? Taking cautious actions, know what to do with them. That's leveraging adults. Like SD came by a little bit. I don't know where SD went, but gave me the opportunity to talk about the difference between active leveraging what you know when you're older compared to what you don't know when you're younger can be the edge, in my opinion. So I love seeing when someone says, oh, I decide to do this and this because I know from my experience all of these take and leverage the things I know about myself. I don't think kids can say that. And in fact, the very nature that adults can argue about a method or talk about and debate and fuss over methods and semantics and whatnot is a very privilege that living a longer life and having experiences allow one to have those theoretical discussions. It's very unlike a child, in my opinion. Like for myself, if I were to take an anecdote, when I was a child, whatever was placed in front of me, I make it work because I have no form of reference of whether it does work or not. Even if it's suboptimal or not optimal, you do it because you have no frame of reference. Nowadays, I think we are basked in a richness of information. And yes, certainly, it would be fantastic if you can constantly know what the fastest and ways to get to your results, much like Tom's compassion for the fast lane. I do not empathize very well with that. I empathize with the idea that things are fast, slow, upside down, inside out, long, short, hard, easy, but it largely becomes, in my opinion, a little bit less tumultuous and maybe less concerning or perhaps even more rewarding when the focus is what are your motivations to do it and how can you keep yourself consistent from feeling awful about it or always concerned about the next thing. That's not to say you should exclusively do that, more like balancing it, moderate it a little. I think there are going to be many things that I will say that will change about the way I learn Japanese and Chinese over the days, over the next coming years. But one thing, this is probably one of the more consistent things that will likely not change. I don't have any like fatigue or concern about, hey, I just spent 5 hours talking to someone about my hobbies and explaining and constantly engaging in deeper discussions, almost annoyingly so, with someone, because that is the true nature of being active in most things. So if you're choosing not to be active in many things you do every day, what are the chances that the thing you spend even less time being active in is going to be something consistent enough? I practically now use Wanikani and HanziHero as a leaping point for telling people how fun it is, or all the things that I want to tell them about Chinese and Japanese. If someone asks me a question, I'll give them a mouthful about, hey, here's something fun about Japanese and Chinese and how they interact. Oh, hey, oh, that phrase and this phrase, that is exciting. It's not speaking fluent Japanese or fluent Chinese, but honestly, to me, if someone was enthusiastic like that when I asked them a question, there's no doubt in my mind that they will find the reward and the experience that they find satisfying. And the last thing I would like to think about is telling someone, well, you're not fluent yet. What is the purpose of that statement? Is it a projection of your own insecurities? Because when you go and say someone having fun, and then and the person's like, well, you're doing it wrong, you're never going to be fluent. It's like, well, if that person's never hurt by it, it's because they find it rewarding regardless of what the end point is. So perhaps for those who struggle staying consistent and trying to find, maybe they don't like their hobby as much as they do, or trying to hold on to some of the hobbies, it would be lovely to hear that they have a friend or another person they speak to who can inevitably, or maybe osmosis, by figurative osmosis, that you can gain some enthusiasm from someone who simply like doing the thing actively. There is also the thing that we talked about with SD, where there is also passively doing the thing. But before it can become a passive thing that may or may not be productive, it is first an active thing. So much like Bill, you require something to start. And boy howdy, I can tell you, if someone is incredibly enthusiastic, I can most definitely see myself starting the thing. I don't think anyone yet to this point has asked me, which I'll save for another time, maybe another discussion, has asked me, what would I start if I were telling myself that I should prioritize my own interest? Learning Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish is not one of them. I do have a few examples that are captured on stream that I chose to start myself, but a lot of the motivation also involves the things I'm currently doing. So it's a little bit of both. It's rarely ever my own decision. And a lot of times people are like, oh, what? I only make decisions I care about. It's like, that's fair. When you're in that type of state of mind, when you're appropriately wanting to satisfy yourself, I seek more than that, I suppose. I'm a little bit greedy. So, hopefully people offer me the courtesy of just getting caught up in discussion. When was the last time you talked to your close friend, significant other, maybe even your child, your parents, and getting lost in conversation about all the things that you're doing and all the things that they're doing or all the things that you can do together. In fact, I honestly think talking about things you're going to do but not necessarily doing them is still more than not talking at all. So that's kind of what the digression here is today. It's fun doing the things for myself, but boy howdy, it's significantly elevated when you can bring someone along with your journey. I do that with strangers every day, or maybe people that I've come to know over a couple months. So you bet if I enter a discussion with my best friend, we will be talking from sunrise to sunset, and it wouldn't be enough time, but we would be satisfied in the. Hopefully everyone out there has those people. If not, come on by. You're free to drop by, share some stuff. I would totally have a lot of questions for you, right? Get to know every once in a while. I see people every like 4 or 5 months. It's great catching up. I talk to my best friends every once a year, maybe once every 2 years, and we catch up nonetheless. So feel free, always welcome. Until next time, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. 大家下次见. See you next time. Bye bye.